Hey, YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well. We're doing things just a little bit differently today. I've got a new mic set up, so it will sound a little bit different, and I haven't quite dialed it all in yet. So I do apologize for that. You can see here that we're going to do work on a very, very dirty guitar. Let me get this out of the way. We won't need that. At least I don't think so. Short Circuit, Team YDNA in the house already. Thank you guys for being quick on the ball for that. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, it has been a couple of weeks. I have been a busy boy doing all kinds of many different things. Work has been crazy. I have been getting stuff done here. Let me count what I have done. I've got one amp that is out and away, getting some proofing done on it. I have two other amps that I completed the build on. I'm calling them kaputs, calling them done. Those are done now. So I've completed those two builds, and I have the Cerberus back there I should say. I have that fixed, the one that Andy built that he sent to me here. That has been repaired in many things on that. We'll break that one out here in a little bit. Maybe after we get through this. We are going to do a string change on this and a little setup. This thing here is in need of some love and attention. But thank you all so much for showing up and hanging out with me. And I guess we need to get to work here. So first things first. Oh, a little bit of ASMR. Yeah, that. So, what have I been up to aside from all that stuff? Work, as I mentioned, was kind of been crazy. Where I work at, we got a brand new CEO that just started recently. So everybody's been on high alert. I'm kind of sheltered in a way because my direct, the boss that I have to, mind myself to is the CIO. So I already have a C-level guy that's basically my go-to, which is pretty cool in that regard. So I'm spoiled like that. Sorry, there's a little fly flying around. It's pissing me off. But, so yeah, everybody else is pretty high tension on that. So we just got to make sure everything's running smooth. Everybody's happy and whatnot. So that obviously will do a thing for you. Just here at home, I've been trying to get things cleaned up, trying to do some planning. I got a big announcement here in a minute about the amp giveaway, but we'll let a couple people stroll on in. It looks like there's 2 or 3 of you at least. But, so yeah. There's that. I've been just trying to do some cleanup, planning on that. And then the amps. I've been doing a lot of work with the amps. The Cerberus took some time, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, as I've already mentioned. But and then just all kinds of stuff. I finally got to meet up with Yuki. Yuki is a friend of John, aka Team YDNA, aka Internet Money, aka Team A-Tech, all the above, right? So Yuki is a friend of his. I got to meet him the other night. Really cool cat, and he has supplied me with some guitars that actually belong to John, Internet Money, etc., etc. And one of them is quite crusty. This thing needs some love, like a lot of love. It's she dirty. She dirty. Look at the back of the neck. She dirty. So I am not too sure what this body is. It feels really lightweight, or pretty lightweight for what it is. I believe, I don't know, maybe it's basswood, maybe it's not, I don't know, bosswood, whatever the heck they call it. But the neck is a 60th anniversary Fender. It's a made in Mexico model, but it is a 60th anniversary one. So it is a real Fender neck at least. And I like the plink. This body is pretty resonant, and I like that. It's got a nice little snap. I'm sure this thing's going to be quite heavy with these pickups that it's got there. So I'm going to try to talk and walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. We'll see how that goes. Now, you will have to apologize. When it comes to changing strings and cleaning up a guitar that is this dirty, I get very evil. There's some people out there probably gritting their teeth right now. Don't you worry. I've only done this 1,000,000 freaking times. And when I say literally 1,000,000 times, I'm not really even kidding. I own probably 13 guitars, maybe more. And Well, that's a tight freaking fit, isn't it? These aren't lockers either. What is going on? Oh, joy. Maybe they are lockers. Let's find out. Oh, clever. These are lockers. Check this out. I didn't quite catch it at first. So these are aftermarket tuning pegs, and they got the slot there on the top. So guess what? We need to unlock them, apparently. So let's get out a nice, big, fat, wide, flathead. Not that one. Not that one either. Where is it? There it is. I see the one I'm looking for right here. Big old fat one. To make it play nice. Oh yeah, nice little lockers. That is unique. I've never seen anything quite like that. Huh. I'm not a fan of this style. So these ones here are different. The whole thing spins. So these lockers here, there's a pin that's fixed in the middle. Hold on, let's get it up there so everybody can see it. So there's a pin there you can kind of just see, and it's got a nice little dimple on it. That's cool. But it twists the whole thing. This thing threads onto it, so you got to twist the whole string with it. It's a little bit interesting. I get the feeling it's kind of like self-tightening, if you will. But we'll come back around on that. I don't know that I like that. It's with challenge, I guess you could say. And there was a string that was going to break no matter what here pretty quick. It just broke right now. Literally taking it off the tuning peg. Yeah, you probably can't even see it. Whatever. So I hope everyone else is doing well. Again, just trying to talk and chew bubblegum at the same time here. The big announcement for the giveaway is that I am going to stick with what we got in terms of the winner. See how that's right. They haven't done it like that since the 50s. With the lockers, is that what you're talking about? Man, those things are... I'm not a fan of this style of locker. But it is an interesting locker, none the least. So I'm not monitoring myself either, so I have no idea. It's a little weird because I don't actually hear myself. And it does really kind of help build a little bit of confidence. I'm not going to lie, because you just really have no idea what the heck you're saying and how it comes across. But we'll work through it. I can see somebody uses some D'Addarios like I do, or D'Addario, however you want to say it. I like the D'Addarios. They're good strings. I used to be an Ernie Ball kind of guy, and then I came across like a really bad run of them. So it just seemed like I was breaking them way more often than I needed to be. So then I changed up to D'Addario and their, or is it Dean Markley? I think it's Dean Markley, actually. And their blue steel line. Oh, man, these things are crusty. I'm going to have to sanitize after this. Let's get these out of here. Hold on. So, yeah, and I went with those, and I liked them for a while, those cryogenically stuff, the cryogenic crap, the blue steel stuff. It's fine, but... they started running into problems. So then I was like, whatever, I'm tired of spending this kind of money on strings. So I started going with the D'Addarios, like the cheap, the basic ones, like these guys, which is what we're going to put on there. And these have been great ever since. I've never had a problem with them. And it was also kind of cool because they did that program for a while where you could get in on the points and stuff, and you can get swag or whatever. I saved for like 10 years because I wanted to get the chair. And I kid you not, like 3 months probably before I had enough points to actually acquire the chair, they killed that program. And they weren't honoring them anymore. And I was just like, really? For 10 years, I was saving these cartridges or packages, and now I have nothing to show for it. And I got, several thousand points or whatever, how many thousand points it took to get the freaking chair. And then they don't honor that anymore. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. All right, this guy is dirty. So let's figure out how we're going to clean this thing. So I got some Gobby Labs. I like this stuff here. I'm going to give it a very liberal amount. And we're going to spread it around here with this guy. and get it on there, because this stuff needs to soak for an hour or more. You could also use naphtha. I don't have any naphtha. I think I bought some a long time ago, and you know, if you live with smokers in the house, well, it never lasts long. So when it comes to changing strings, like I mentioned, I'm pretty brutal. I'll usually just cut all the strings off and just get busy going to town, going to work. But I did check this thing out a little bit earlier, and the nut is actually slotted and set quite well. It looks like there's a little bit of wear on these frets. I might give them a quick just once over on the crowning of them, but I get the feeling that this snot pookie that's on here is like not gonna come off very easily, because it's pretty crusty. I don't want to sand anything. This neck is pretty rough, but we'll see how it goes. Those are the best strings. Yeah, no, I'm particular to them. There was actually a set in the case that I got here. They were a set of 10s. I'm not a fan of the 10s. I like the 9s. I think that's what a Strat really should have. That is a me thing. That's what we're going to put on here anyway. But I'll try to keep up with you guys. You need to join the Magic Cloth lifestyle. I have never heard of this Magic Cloth that you speak of. And if it's any kind of just like saturated cloth, I suppose I'd be down for that. But this stuff here works pretty good. It's just the Gobby Labs. I probably had this for 10, 15 years. Lasts a really long time. Put it this way, when I got it, it was $8. So I don't know what it goes for now, but I imagine at least 16. Everything else seems to have doubled in price. But oh man, this thing's dirty. We might have to resort to water or some alcohol to get whatever this crust is off. Like, that is like piled in there. It's like somebody literally took their grimy fingers and went to town. It was left at a frat party over a very long period of time, and all the dudes got in there and did strange things to this. And we need to go to something that's a little more moist. What do I have that won't kill this thing that's moist? When it comes to cleaners, I don't have a whole heck of a lot that go that crazy with these things. Yeah, we're just going to have to go with water, I think. No, let's go with acetone, right? Let's go with the acetone. Give me just a second here. I'm going to get another bit of cloth here, and I'm going to accumulate some water. All right. No. This stuff here is basically water. It's 70%. Let's see how this stuff is going to react. I know John's probably shitting bricks right now, but I've never had anything. I mean, if you can spill beer on your instrument, I don't see what 70% will do. I just need something that's going to strip this shit off a little bit more, or at least attempt to. So, what else is anybody on? Oh. Thanks, Yuki. No, he was a really cool cat. It was nice hanging out with him. We had dinner at this place I'd never been to before. It's called The Blast in Orchid, which is nearby where we both live. And I have to say, it's not a bad little venue. Apparently they have live music on occasion. I don't know. The service was a little interesting, to say the least. There was a couple beers that they didn't have. Yuki really wanted to get a Guinness, and they didn't have Guinness. So he had to settle for a German lager, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you're a bar. You kind of have to have Guinness. That's like the rule. I'm chopped liver. You are not chopped liver. Not yet, anyway. So the big news for the giveaway amp, I'm not going to show it today, but the big news for that is that, as I mentioned, I'm going to keep it the way it is. And Pothos, a.k.a. Linus, is his actual name, just for those of you who really want to hate the guy. But his name is Linus. He lives in Sweden. He is going to get the amp, and the way he is going to get that amp is that I am going to hand deliver it. And if you didn't hear me the first time, you heard it right the second time. I am going to hand deliver it, which is to say that me and a friend are going to Sweden to deliver that amplifier. I was doing all the math on it and looking at how we were going to get that thing across into that country without having any kind of major issue. And there was just no real way to do it. You have to claim what it is, so you have to put a value on it. And you have to pay tax based on that value. Well, it doesn't really have any inherent value. I mean, I could say whatever it is that I want, but then somebody's got to pay that tax based on that. And it was just like it basically the minimum that we factored it would work out to was about $600. And that's on the low end. You'll never believe what you can buy round trip tickets to Sweden for from where I live. It's about $480. You can buy a round trip ticket to Sweden from where I live. So I was like, well, shoot, for that price, I'll just frickin' hand deliver it. Why the heck not? But, you know, because it wouldn't probably be wise to go by myself. I am taking a friend, and I am going to pay for my friend Brian. You've heard me talk about him several times on this channel. Brian is the one who's given me the computer that we're currently viewing me rub a neck down on. And listen to me yip yap. I'm trying not to have silence, but so he's going to go with me. I'm going to take care of his ticket, and then accommodations over there is pretty cheap. It's actually not that bad. I mean, it's not going to be a cheap trip in the long run, but it was just the laws allow me to take an instrument, which includes amplifiers and my electronicals, on the airplane. So I will take the amp as carry-on. And then if I have to check anything else, I'll check it. But the amp will go with me on the plane. We'll get it over there. I don't know what kind of questions they're going to ask, but I could either have DHL send it, and I wasn't into that because I just don't trust it. Like, I could spend $600 and he never gets it because customs gets pissed off, or freaking DHL drops it off the back of the truck and it gets either destroyed or missing. $1,000 tariff? No, it's very, very close, and it really has to do with the amount that you claim. I think they want, so the VAT, because they're part of the EU, the VAT is a requirement when you have an item of that thing, or of that much, and I believe it's 25% is what they will tax you at for that. So if I even claim it was like $1,000 or $2,000, just the literal cost of the thing itself, it would still be another, you know, like 200 and something bucks, plus the shipping, which is probably another $250. And that's just for the VAT and the other stuff. That doesn't include the fees for the tariffs themselves, or the export fees and all that other crap. And then there's no guarantee that they're even going to let it in the country. Like, it'll get to the dock or wherever the heck it gets to. And for Lord knows what they'll do to it when they go to check it out. Because they will check it out. If you do not claim anything, they will hold it until they come up with some valuation of their own. And Lord knows what they will value it at. But so it just seemed like an easier way for me to do it. I'm probably pushing my luck in that regard, because I'm sure that they can still hold me at the gates and be like, dude, really? What are you doing? But I'm not lying when I say that I'm going over there to shoot media. So yes, I am going to make some content out of it, because why the hell wouldn't I? Linus is a little shy. He does not want to be seen. That's fine. We will make sure he's not seen. But I am acquiring devices in order to make that trip possible. So I am going to start dubbing this amp giveaway as the world's most expensive amp giveaway. Because, I mean, it's probably going to cost at least $2,000 just to get it there. You know, all costs factored in. And I still have more stuff that I'm buying. And one of the things that I bought just recently that you're hearing me on now, then I got a new mic, is this guy here. It's a DJI setup, and you can probably hear this mic rattling around now too. But I got one of these things here. So far, it's a real show now. So far, seems to do pretty good. I really cannot complain about how well it works. I don't know how the audio quality is really. I didn't really get a chance to like super duper check it out, but it appears good enough that, you know, it's good enough. Perfect? No, but good enough, yes. So, all right. So yes, I'm actually kind of excited to go to Sweden myself. I've been out of the country a couple times, but I've never really gone out of the country. We did make it a point to at least schedule a couple days to play. We'll really only get to hang out with Pathos for a couple nights, Saturday and Sunday. And honestly, I don't think he really wants to hang out with me for that long. I'm going to scrape that stuff off. This is bullshit. I need an old pick, though. I want an old pick. Where's an old pick? I just felt one. Sorry, I'm reaching around in my stash. There we go. Ugh, this stuff's gonna get everywhere. So yeah, we're gonna go in the ass end of November, just before Thanksgiving. So we'll probably get there on the 21st, and we'll hang out. We'll get there. It's funny because we actually leave on the 20th. We'll arrive there on the 21st in the afternoon. So we won't really get much time to settle in. But the next morning, hopefully we'll go eat some breakfast, check out the town a little bit, and hook up with Linus. And then we'll go either tour around or do the content for the amp. And then on Sunday, we'll either hang out some more, play with the amp, do some more content on it, and or we will go and tour the city a little bit. Linus was excited, I think, and he's like, hey, wherever you want to go, let's go. There's a couple music venues, stuff like that. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. It's not really going to be a vacation for us. We are staying on Monday as well. We leave on Tuesday. So we leave on Tuesday the 25th. And I'm only giving you the itinerary so that way you guys can know when to expect to find content. So that, I don't know if I'm going to do, I'll probably do a live for some of it, just because that would be kind of cool to do a live. But there's obviously some of it too that will just be edited down later and presented later when it can be more compiled. Some of it I won't be able to do live. As I mentioned, Linus is a little bit shy. He doesn't want to be seen on camera. And he probably doesn't want to be heard. He was saying that he's not the world's greatest guitarist, but I don't know. He might be modest like I am. I can play. That's about all I can say. I'm not a horrible guitarist, but certainly not God's gift to guitar playing. I am not a Tim Henson. How's that? Or a Tossin Abassi. Tossin Abassi is something else. I'd actually love to go watch him. And Animals as Leaders. If you haven't heard of Animals as Leaders or have ever checked out Animals as Leaders, I highly suggest it. It is a little bit on the heavier side. It's kind of genty, if you want to call it that. Sweden first, MSGA. Make Sweden great again, right? Apparently they are not fans of Americanos. I'm learning that there's a little bit of apprehension to us being there. Now, I'm not exactly certain what the distaste for us is. I mean, come on, we're fucking America. We do whatever the hell we want. We awesome. We badass. But obviously not every country is like Australia where they freaking dig us. I imagine it's kind of like France or something like that, where France is probably not too keen about Americanos. But we'll see when we get there. I'm just going to try not to say anything to anybody. And then I won't have to worry about it. Or so I hope, anyway. There. Now that we got most of the crust off, let's really get in this thing and try again. So, yeah. That is kind of exciting. I think he's really excited as well. It took me a couple weeks to kind of get in on it. The wife was actually really supportive of it. She's like, well, you got to get it to him somehow. And if it's cheaper to go to Sweden, I guess you're going to Sweden. And I was like, oh, wife, thank you. She's like, well, I don't want you to look like a freaking asshole. I was like, well, that is true. She's like, you can't redo the giveaway. And I was kind of like, I don't really want to. It was stressful enough as it was. Sorry, John. I love you. And there are some consolations for you. I don't know if you know this yet or not, John. Probably not. I hope you better be listening. So actually, why don't you respond before I say anything? So let me know that you're here before I say what I'm about to say. Just give me a holler. I know you're a couple minute or two behind, so I'll hold off for a moment, but talk to me. Just let me know you're here. Just send me a sign. And while I'm waiting for that response to come in, I am going to rub neck. This thing is dirty. It's dirty. I think I want to go over these things and give them a quick crown. It looks like the paint is still over the frets in some spots. I'm going to try to verify that first before I go crazy. I'm here. All right. So, you probably don't know this yet. Andy may not have told you, but Andy is going to send me one of those amps. You can already guess which one it is. It's one he hasn't started on yet, but he is going to send me that amp, and I am going to do that build. And same system, same setup that he's got going with you. I will honor that as well. How does that sound? Now that you're here, and I know that you're here, I can get your response in real time. So yeah, I believe he said that you wanted a Bassman style amp or something out of it. From what I understand, it is a TS15. It is a 15 watt amp. I kind of feel like you probably want to stick it at the same output section it currently has, which is, 6v6. I think he said it comes with the tubes. I'm not 100% sure. I'll wait till it gets here. I don't think he's sent it yet, but he's been busy himself waiting for stuff and probably not looking to spend money to send something my way. But so yeah, I will do that. So that is a build that I have coming up. I have not forgotten about my KT88 build. I am still going to be doing that. But that one is, how do I put it? I'm going to push that one off a little bit. Two reasons why. Multiple reasons why. One is that my trip to Sweden, of course. John, what are you doing? Why haven't you responded yet? You're supposed to have responded by this point in time. I am waiting for your response. And I need content, so I can't blast through everything I got right now. You gotta answer me. You probably already have it. My thing's pretty slow on my end. I gotta work on getting it so it's quicker. I finally gotten it so that the quality's kind of where I want it to be. But it's now I got to work on getting the latency on the responses and stuff down to the point where it's sensible. You know what I mean? The words. They're just words. Oh man, this thing is so dirty. All right, so we're going to bust out with this stuff here to get more of the guitar polishing action going on. Maybe this will help. This stuff, I'm not as much of a fan of it. I had this other stuff before that was a much better, cleaner, I guess if you will. But it's very expensive and it's a little bit harder to find these days. And they didn't have it at the store that I was at when I needed it. The other reason I like the other stuff too is that, bro, I've got YDNA making those amps. Too late. If you would have asked me after the contest, I would have sent one your way. Well, no, I'm saying that he is going to send it to me. And now you have one getting made by him and one getting made by me. So now if you don't want me to, just say the words. It's kind of almost what you just said, though. Talk to me. I have Signal too. You can talk to me there, but I figured this would be more fun of a spot. You can bitch me out all you want. I forgot why I didn't make those amps. Too late. I didn't know that you had those amps to do that with. Otherwise, I would have. I know that you didn't like me. You were so mad at me. You were so invested in trying to make my life hell about that giveaway that you totally didn't even think about offering me up the option or possibility thereof. Because I kind of gave you a similar deal. What are you invested in? It's my understanding was there wasn't any money involved. So there's no investment other than the sending it, of course. But fine. I won't build your amp then. It's okay. I see how you are. Nobody loves me. Thank you, though. No thanks. No thanks at all. Psh, I see how you are. You don't want a real amp. I'm fucking around right now. I'm teasing. But look at how clean your guitar is going to be, though, when I'm done. Don't you want content on how your amp is going to be made? And don't you want to have something that you can compare to? You can have 2 different amps made by 2 different people to compare to. You'll never get another opportunity like that again. Perhaps. But I'd like to know what you've invested. Tell us about it. Do tell. I got to talk a little bit about cars with Yuki, yes. He did talk about some of the cars that he had, one of his Rolls Royces or whatever that he was doing a remodel on. Yeah, he's definitely a character. That was some cool times. We didn't go too deep. We hung out for about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours at most. But we talked a little bit about our jobs, like what our career path was, and how we got to where we are, that is. And then we also talked just a little bit briefly about, our past, our history, or whatever, kind of what we were about and all that jazz. And then of course we talked about your guitars and what his plans were for those. It was very brief. We kind of moved through topics pretty quick. We didn't talk too much about politics. It's probably always usually pretty good to not. But and then we got on to a good point where it was time to call it a night. I had my allotment of beverages for the evening, and I was excited to see if he had the guitar with him. I kind of hinted several times for him to bring it with him, and he did, but he didn't really allude to that immediately. And then when it was time to go, he's like, "Hey, I got that guitar. You want to get it?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, of course." I was actually just expecting to hang out for a little bit first, but I was planning on making a 2-day event out of it, going back later and potentially picking it up, but he was on point with that. I think he knew that you really wanted that guitar back. So my understanding was that he wanted to take this guitar and give it like a swirl, like dip. Like he wanted to dip it and give it like a swirl type finish or something like that. He wanted to modify it though. That is a fact. But he couldn't quite figure out the necessary like steps or get all the stuff that he needed in order to pull that off. So that's why it never happened. And I think he kind of felt bad that it didn't. And I think that's kind of why he didn't send it as soon as you would probably hoped he was. So I'm trying to keep up on this and not ignore you guys. He's got two. Oh, yeah, no, we didn't really talk too much about cars. Yeah, we didn't go too deep into it. He mentioned that he does a lot of like restorations, or used to do more restorations. He's talking about a little bit about how he ended up in this area here and whatnot. So, and then he did bring that up though. He did talk about that. And then he was saying that he felt bad about your wedding that he missed, how his sister's was on the same day. And, you know, how do you how do you choose bros before your sister, or, you know, what do you do? Yeah, I think we're going to hang out again, though. I'm going to hit him up in the coming weeks, and we'll definitely hang out again, because he was definitely cool to hang out with. Really cool cat. No doubt about that. And nothing like what I expected. When I saw him, I was like, oh, okay. Everybody's like, oh, he's just a skinny Asian guy. But he was definitely, like, not, he was more like punk rock, I guess you could say, than, he has like a long, like, goatee. He's got, you know, his mustache and all that jazz. And it's just like, oh, okay. I thought he was going to be more like the clean cut. You know, I was half expecting him to show up in like a suit and stuff like that. So he's got one of those types of jobs too that I do not envy. I'm not going to give away any details, but he's definitely got one of those types of jobs that some people, I myself would have a tough time. I like to say yes if I can say yes. And I think he's in one of those roles where saying no is probably more what they got to do, because obviously lots of money trades around. So that's my impression of it. So I don't envy his role, and I can understand why they get what they get to do what they do. You dropped out of that profession. Oh, I see. Yeah, it sounded like you two were kind of doing the same thing, and then you decided to go off into the military. You said you're a sucker. I'm just teasing. You didn't actually say that, but. And then I guess I now know, of course, that you're married. I'm not trying to out you or anything like that, but I guess it wasn't a shotgun wedding, but if you were going to move away to go do that, you better have gotten married. That sort of deal. Is that true? That's kind of what happened with me, and why I'm doing the current career path that I'm at, is because the wife was like, I'd rather you do this than that. So for those of you who don't know, I used to be a sound engineer as a career. And when I say sound engineer, I'm not talking like recording sound engineer. I'm talking like live sound. So I used to travel the country and do sound for names and companies that you've heard of. I did stuff for Nestle, did stuff for Beltone Labs. I've done stuff for Mike's Hard Lemonade, etc., etc. The list goes on and on. So I've been all over the world doing all kinds of fun stuff, and I need another rag. But yeah, all over the place, all over the world, doing all that kind of stuff. And when I was at my peak, it was a little after I got married to my wife. Yes, I have a real ring. It does actually mean something. But in your synergy Y-DNA, and it will tie what? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you want me to actually build that amp, because it is kind of more up the alley that you're interested in based on what he was saying. I know he's doing yours as basically a straight up Fender Princeton, but I do the low gain amp is my thing. And circuits like what it sounds like you're interested in is where I excel. That is my thing. I haven't actually exposed it yet. I need to do more video that shows like what my amps will do. But when I say dead silent, I mean dead silent. Like, you have to double check and make sure that the amp is on, because they're so freaking quiet. And that's what I do, because I'm that kind of guy. But if you don't want it, it's okay. It's okay. I see how you are. You get a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and screw that asshole because he didn't let you win a competition. You basically freaking won. Like, you basically freaking won. You just didn't win the thing that you wanted to win. You don't even know. There's a few people in here that are probably a little jello, to be honest. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. There's one thing I've learned about this giveaway, though, is that you cannot, and I'm not talking about you, John, either. I'm just saying that you cannot make everybody happy. And as hard as I tried to make it so fair and so this and so that, it was just impossible. There's always somebody. There was a gentleman actually today that was talking about that with his giveaways, and he's also a guitar-based channel. And he was just saying how, like, just impossible it is to, you know, do these giveaways and appease people. It sucks. And I'm not complaining. This is my first shot at it. It's difficult because as nerve-wracking as it is for everyone else, it really, truly is for me. Or generally, I would say the person that's doing the giveaway or whatever the heck you want to call it. It makes sense why there's so many little loopholes, and generally speaking, like legal things that they do on some of those other channels that's basically all they do, like the motorcycle giveaways and stuff like that they have. It's just, Lord knows what goes on in the back end. And yes, I do have my YDNA shirt on today. I've been talking a lot with Andy, of course, lately too. I'm trying to start a chain reaction. Oh. Well, no better way to do it than the way that we're working on it right now. But I'm not a guitar tech. I don't fix guitars. I build guitar amps. I've just been playing guitar for 30 plus years. So yeah, I've changed a few sets of strings in my day. I don't like how loose that one is, but I'll come back around on that. So yeah, I've always, of course, just kind of learned how to do everything on my own. So setups, doing intonation and all that fun stuff, like all that kind of crap I just did on my own. And needless to say, you just kind of get good at it after a while. So no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So I don't fix guitars. I will fix them for my friends, though. I have a couple friends that will come to me every now and then. They're like, dude, the way you do the strings is so awesome. Like, they're not all frayed out all over the place, and it just looks all nice and tidy. But I've also learned still, even with that, as good as I am at it, you still can't please everybody all the time. I had this one gentleman that came over once, and I was kind of talking about it in another video I did where I was just changing the strings on a guitar. And I could not, look at the back of this neck, it's so dirty. I could not make him happy. Like, he just liked the action like a mile high. That's all there is to it. Like, and I'm not kidding, a mile freaking high. It was just insane. And his complaint was initially, and the reason that I started to work on the guitar to begin with, was that the intonation was out. He said he would play a chord and it was out of tune. And, you know, after getting through the setup and stuff like that and checking the action height and all that jazz, I was just like, bro, that's why. So I was like, well, let me set it to what I think it should be, and, you know, we'll go from there. So I set it, and I kid you not, he was like, no, too high, or too low, excuse me. I don't like it that low. I don't want to hear any buzz whatsoever. I was like, okay, well, let's raise it up a little bit. So I raised it up a little bit, and then next thing you know, he's like, no, I want it like really, really high. Like, I do not want to hear any buzz whatsoever. Put a donor amp in the mail and send it to ATEC. That's kind of what someone else is doing. We'll talk about it here a little bit more. We'll talk about the Cerberus and where that one's got right now. So that one's done. That one took some work, let me tell you. That one was not a fun amp to deal with. The people that were in there before were definitely wicked to that thing. So yeah, so he's like, no, I want it no buzz whatsoever on those strings when I play these chords. And I'm like, okay. So I raised it a little bit more. And he's like, nope, want it higher. I'm like, well, we're now outside of the spec that comes on the guitar when you buy it. Like, you know, like this is higher than any guitar I've even ever come across at this point. And he's like, well, that's where I like it. You know, I don't like the buzz, and I don't, you know, when I play a chord, I want it to ring out like a bell the whole time, and I don't want any buzz. I was like, okay. Well, I finally just had to kind of just roll with what he was getting at, and I did it the way he asked, and sure as shit, the guitar played out of tune when he strummed any chords. And he's like, why the hell is it like that? I thought you did the intonation. I was like, I did. I was all, you cannot fix the intonation when the action is 10 miles above the freaking strings. It's like, you bend the notes just playing them. So I was like, I can't fix this for you if you want it to be this way. So I was like, you're either going to have to learn how to play with the action a little bit lower, or you're always going to be out of tune because the action's too high to be comfortable. And he kind of didn't like that answer. So I kind of just let him go and just said, whatever, bro. I can't help you. Because I could not. There was no helping. I feel bad, sort of. Because, you know, as a tech, your job is to kind of do what that person wants. But at the same time, there's a limit to what you can do. I am not a magician. Another thing I've learned about guitars, too, is you'll get some that are just magic. The neck on them is just whatever it needs to be. Going to smoke with the wife before bed. Have a great night. Thank you so much, Short Circuit. You have a wonderful night as well, and I will see you again soon. Cerberus. I don't even know what the term means, to be honest, Cerberus. I tried looking it up, but it is a term that is used for other products out there. I'm not saying that he copied it or anything like that. I mean, there's just products out there, but yeah. I thought it was an interesting name myself. But yeah, I mean, like if I was working for a name that you know, and that's what he wanted, and that is the interaction that I probably had with that individual, I'd probably not want to be that person's guitar tech, because there are just certain things I cannot stand for. There is right, and then there is how you want it. The two need to kind of align, and you can bend a little bit to either side for taste and flavor and all that jazz, but they're still right, and then, have what you want. And basically the point is that you can't always have your cake and eat it too. And then this is one of those cases where, how would you put it? Like your ambition outweighed your talent or something like that, I think is what Casey Stoner said it as. It's like a nice way of saying that your ambition outweighs your ability to perform. And that was definitely the case in this instance. So, sometimes I'm an asshole too. Excuse me. God damn, this thing is so freaking dirty. I haven't come across a guitar this dirty in a long time. This is making me work. And I had to take a guitar that was broken in half once and put it back into one piece and make it look like a normal guitar. I don't have any pictures of that right now, but that was a fun little task. Let me tell you what. But this is in pretty good shape otherwise. This definitely looks like an aftermarket body. Can you confirm that there, John? It's a Hound of Hell. Saints Guard Dogs. Can you confirm what the body is on this thing, John? Because it looks like it's an aftermarket, I'm gonna say it, don't spray it, option. Possibly GFS or something like that. Which I like GFS, to be honest. Just saying. Get the Furk over there. Okay. I know this isn't the most interesting video for those of you who have been with me for a while, and for those of you who are new here, looks like there's 6 of you concurrently, which is interesting. There's 6 people watching me fiddle fart around with this thing. Amazeballs. That is my word. This thing is remarkably dirty, so it is taking quite a bit of effort to clean it up. And there's like this shmoo on the back of the neck here. Oh, I see kind of what it is. Somebody tried to give it one of those, 1500 grit sand jobs, it looks like, perhaps, at one point. But it wasn't quite 1500 grit. And I may need to do that on this to make it playable. It's really kind of sticky back there. I don't like the stickiness. Since you're not going to let me build your freaking amplifier, I'm just going to have to go hound on your freaking guitar. From a, okay. High-end company near Andy, New York. Okay. Yeah, it's a neat body. I can tell it's not like the typical, like, poplar or other type of stuff. It's something else. It's heavy, but it's not heavy. It's light, but it's not light. I actually kind of like the feeling of it, but like this, I'll try to show you what I mean. For as much as I've been rubbing on it, and you just can't really see it in that light, but there you kind of see it. There's like this film on there. Well, that film that you see there is also on the back of the neck. That's what I'm trying to get off. But I may have to come back to that. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I'm going to try it. One other thing here first, because I want to try polishing up these frets under the normal method first. And if this doesn't work, then we're going to have to go ham. Yeah, these frets are pretty dirty. They could use a crowning in a couple spots. So we got a couple flat spots in there, but sorry, I'm not talking and keeping you guys entertaining, but that's just what this is all about here. So, other things that have been going on. So I finished my 30 watt design. You've already seen that one in one of my other videos. I've always been on the fence about it though. I have finally done enough to it where that is it. I am calling it done. And I'm happy with it. Hold on. I'm gonna get evil. There's some 2000. And let's see here. Sorry, we're going to town. We're busting out with the sandpaper. You thought I was kidding when I said sandpaper earlier, huh? All right, 7D3 or 7Des or whatever. Have enough. See ya later, skater. They can't always be interesting. They can't always be interesting. There's a reason for that, though. Part of that reason is I'm not that interesting. The other part of the reason is It's only interesting if you want to stick around and learn these things. Because what we're actually watching here is the worst case freaking scenario of a build and where it has gone over time. Because this thing is in pretty rough shape, to be honest. So there we are. Oh yeah. Mo better. I like that. I will take that. This is 2000 grit, by the way. So it's just enough to kind of take off the top and get rid of any crud that is sitting on the top of the fret. There's a few here that are quite ugly. And then this guy here, you guys have seen these before. At least I hope you have. Must have tool. The stuff that's bothering me the most in the I don't know if I want to deal with it or not, but let's so give you an idea of what we're working with here. Maybe you can see it, maybe you can't, but so this fret is finished and the one next to it is not, and you can kind of see how one shines and the other does not. So that's what we're trying to do, and you can kind of see we're sort of getting that stuff, that film that's on the neck, to kind of go away. It's going to take some more work than what I've got going on right now, so we're just going to continue on. Let's drink 30. I don't know. That's why I don't like finished necks so much. Just FYI, you'll notice that most of my necks are raw finish. They don't have the paint job on them. If I ever bought a custom guitar, it would be an unfinished neck. I do not like finish on the neck, just saying. I prefer non-painted necks. The reason being is that you do wear through the paint at some point over the existence of the dang thing. I mean, that's just a given anyway, but the other thing is that the paint in and of itself, where you go, you frick, can start to goo up depending on the paint job. I've seen it happen a couple times where it just like starts getting a little weird. Whatever it is, it causes it to be like this stuff here has just got this film that will not come out of it. I don't want to sand it out if I don't have to, but we may have to. It's sort of going. I might have to just work at it a little bit more. Some spots it's gone. So anyway, we'll keep on working. Let's go the other direction with this guy. That one we did. All right. This might be one of the roughest guitars I've had in a while. Just in terms of dirtiness and the need for cleaning. I have a body from GFS, which is like, you know, Asian made. It's actually a really cool body. It's made out of Polonia, I guess, and it's like this more sustainable. I'll call it more sustainable wood that grows really fast, and I guess it's common to the parts of Asia and Europe or whatnot. I like it because it's really, really light. So it's like this really lightweight wood. It dents if you look at it funny. I mean, it's just that kind of wood, but it is kind of cool because it's got like a nice little plink to it. It's really resonant, I guess is the term for it. And it has kind of a nice little sound. So I do like it for that reason. Is anybody bored yet? Bet you thought this was going to be exciting, didn't you? Now you know why I wanted to do it live. One of my best playing guitars, interestingly enough, is a Fender Squier. It's a Squier 2. So it's not exactly a Fender, but it's a Squier 2. It's a 90s era. I have not shown it on this channel yet. It's black. The body itself is made out of plywood. Like if you turn it over and look at the backside into the cavity area, you can actually see the layers of plywood. I guess in the 90s there was a period of time there where they were building guitars like that out of plywood. Sounds fine. You can't knock it for sounding bad. But the neck, I swear to God, like it was bonus day or whatever, like of all the necks on all of the guitars I've ever gotten, this one is the best. I can get sub, a quarter mil or 3/4 mil, excuse me. So 0.75. I can get a little right down to 0.75, if not lower on this thing. And it's not like a flat neck either. It's not a flat radius neck. It's, it's 12-inch or something like that. And it plays like a dream, intonates perfectly. It's just one of those guitars. God was smiling the day that thing came out of that shop. I think it's made in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. No, it doesn't matter really. It's a chunk of wood. So apparently pedals are dead, according to Jonathan Nathan Cordy and the gentleman from Know Your Gear. I don't believe it. They're saying that, well, they're not saying it, but they're kind of just postulating, like, is the pedal market dead because of all of the modelers that have come out? I kind of don't think so. Like, everybody likes a nice, pedal. And having a whatchamacallit is not, like, a bad thing, a modeler. But it's never the same. A model or a modeler is a copy of something that in most instances is a copy of something else. And as we all know, a copy of a copy is never as good as the real thing. Haha. So, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about that. I think the pedal market was a little blown up there for a while. It has been for quite some time. And it's just... pedals are gay. But you gotta have one. Like, a good pedal really does help. I understand, like, the biggest, I think, draw for pedals and modelers is really coming from the worship crowd. And it makes sense because, more and more venues are cracking down on volume. And I will say this, as a sound engineer, it's great to have the sound and not have stage volume. But in some of these venues where they're making it such a big deal, the stage volume is not the problem. When you're doing an arena-sized event like that, like, it's to say that you have to have no stage volume is absolute BS, if you ask me. But then you get people like John Mayer. Talked about this before in other videos, but then you get people like John Mayer who has accepted roles, gigs at like the Sphere or whatnot, where they told him he was not allowed to have his amps on the stage. Now, if it were me and I was John Mayer, I'd be like, well, then I guess we're not going to play here then. So Have fun with that. Good, cool times, right? That would be me if I was him at that level. You know, you're playing with the Grateful Dead and you're doing the show at the thing. It's like, I am John frickin' Mayer. I will do whatever the frick I please. Thank you. But no, he said freaking, he caved to it, I guess. I won't say the word caved, but he accepted the terms, I guess, if you will. And that part kind of bothers me because it really helped lay the rules down for every other venue to start pulling the same thing. And it's already been kind of ongoing anyway. Now, I will say that, you know, some bands have obviously, too much of a good thing is still too much. Like, I'm all for having stage volume and this, that, and the other, but, you know, too much of a good thing is still too much. So, yes, you got to play within the rules or the confines of some sort of some sort of a rule, but, yeah, when you're John frickin' Mayer and you pull that kind of crap, you give no one else a freaking absolute chance of anything to freaking get through that. So now everyone else is going to be succumbed or pressured to those rules. John Mayer did it. Why can't you? So that is my feeling on that. All right. I think, yeah, it's just some weirdness going on down here. There's still that like weird little film on there. I'm going to get a new, whatchamacallit, our Tech 21. He mentioned that you were talking about that, Andy, that is, with you. I don't think pedals are there, man. They're just never, it's never going to be. It's just never going to be. The Strymon stuff, it has its place. I have a couple, I have a Strymon pedal, and then I have a friend who's got several of them. For what they do, I think they're probably the best at what what you can get. The thing I hate about them is the fixed format crap. And that's the thing I hate the most about pedals anyway, is that whole fixed format bullshit. And when I say fixed format, I mean, you know, you get a pedal with 4 knobs on it and it's locked in at $299. You know what I mean? If it has 4 knobs on it, it's $299. Like, all the companies seem to be doing that thing. Vertex, you name it. Like, it's just all the same. And that pisses me off because it's hard to justify a tremolo pedal with 4 knobs on it costing $399, and then the 1 knob or the 4 knob delay that is basically just a souped up version of another one that only needs 2 knobs, and then you sell it for freaking $300, $400, and it's just like, come on. It just, to me, it just doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. I don't like it. That's all I'm saying. If pedals were sold more at what they were actually valued at, I'd be all for it. And when I say valued at, I mean just like, if you have to have a freaking rotary pedal and the only way to get it is to get the old style one with the LDRs and all that jazz, then obviously it's going to be more expensive. Or if you're going to get a tape delay pedal or something like that, like whatever it is that they got, like that's what I mean. Like, I hate that whole fixed format pricing bullshit. And do the same thing with amps too, by the way. So a lot of the amp companies, it's built to a price point is what I'm getting at. It's a race to the bottom. So there's probably certain pedals that they don't make any money on. And they're selling for cheaper than they need to, but there's other pedals that they make a butt ton of money on. And, obviously, yeah. I'm just postulating, but I could be wrong. It's none of my damn business. Who the hell am I? I'm just some guy who builds guitar amps. And it takes ridiculously long times to clean guitars. I'm sure there is. To the Tech 21. I mean, they've been kind of at the forefront of that whole game. Oh, I got it. It all came off finally. What I needed apparently was a fresh one of these. Great. Now that I know that, I'm going to freaking follow up. Tech 21's kind of been the leader of that whole thing for a long time. I think they were kind of the first to really get the bass you know, like pedal kind of thing dialed in. You know, the preamp side of things or whatever. I could be wrong, but I think they were kind of the first to really like make it a thing. And I've heard them. I've had guitarists come on stage and be like, just take this signal out here, and it's been fine. Especially for bass. I mean, honest to God, bass is like, I feel bad for bassists. The type of technology that they've embraced is probably the type of technology that most guitarists probably need to embrace as well. You know, being able to make a pedal work for you as a preamp and then send a DI out of it, or a, you know, XLR out of it, and it sounds freaking amazeballs. Well, why can't guitarists do that, right? But there is something to the feel. Oh, thank God I got it. There is something to the feel of a tube amp under the fingers that you cannot get in a pedal. Just saying. Now, I'm not every guitarist though, and I am probably perhaps a little bit biased. But I can honestly say that I've tried anything and everything in my power to make, you know, use of pedals and the modeling platform. I have really tried, and it just never does the thing for me. Just never does the thing. It's always been meh, if you will. All right, I'm actually kind of happy with where this thing's at right now. Yes, quite happy. All right, I think we're actually ready to put some strings back on this thing. I'm going to give it one more spritz here. There we go. Give it that nice, fresh, clean, lemony scent. I'm not a huge fan of this stuff, by the way. It works, but it doesn't leave like the feel on the guitar that I like. It just feels like clean. Whereas the other stuff that I was using, hold on, let me just get it out. This stuff here is the stuff I really like. The Smith Pro Formula stuff. I got, as you can probably tell, like none left. There's like a squirt or two left in there. I like this stuff here because it kind of smells like bubble gum, but it leaves like a really nice sheen on the guitar, and it actually, you know, like it has a feel to it. It resists fingerprints pretty well. Feels good. Looks good. That's the big thing, is it looks good when you're done. But I like the feel of the finish after it's done. But here we are. So, but I wonder about Tech 20. No, I don't think it's going to push more air, even if it is analog. I think analog, it'll have the tactile feel to it. Like it'll be tactile enough, which to me is important because I can tell the difference between latency. I can feel the latency. Now, does it bother me or change my ability to play? Not necessarily. And I think with most people, they'll tolerate up to, 10 to 25 milliseconds easily. And in most digital things, you've only got about, 5 up to 5 milliseconds maybe total, latency time, which isn't bad, to be honest. 5 milliseconds isn't that bad. But as a singer, now I'm not a singer, but I'm saying as a singer, you can hear that 5 millisecond difference. And it does affect things. Some singers will not tolerate it. It's part of the biggest issue with in-ears, because most in-ears now have moved to some sort of a digital, digital platform, if you will, for the receivers and the transmitters. And that digital nature of it does cause problems. Because it does add latency. And it might only be a millisecond or two, but that's all it takes. And some singers are sensitive to that. I have a way to solve most of the problems with in-ear monitors. I might expose that one of these days. I've never really talked about it much. It's not a common way. I thought about trying to turn it into a plug-in myself at one point. More or less, it utilizes phase. and you have to burn up 3 channels of, on your board to do it, which that's the impractical portion of it. That's why I wanted to turn it into a plug-in so it could be done in 2 channels. But in either case, that's not where we're at. So, all right, let's hit the light. It's all about feel. Yeah, no, definitely all about feel. For me, that's what it's all about. For shizzle, it's got to feel good under the hands. Ugh, this stuff's so dirty. John, you owe me one. You owe me a dozen. But tell you what, I'll quash it on the amount of effort and energy you've put into me so far already. How's that? All right. Where are we? Let's see. Yeah, it still hasn't come off all the way on that spot, but we're gonna have to call it though, because might be more than I can give on this thing. All right. Let's see here. Let me loosen these things up here. All right, these are now loose. Okay, we are ready to put some strings in this turd. Let's get this out of here. Where are you gonna put you? I want to put you somewhere safe. Right there, safe. All right, it's beer drink time. I'm spoiled when it comes to classic cars like that. Once upon a time, I used to work for Gooding and Company as a sound engineer. So as a sound engineer for Gooding and Company, you get to see like all those classic cars. Like I've seen, well, one of the years that I was there, I had a 57, was it a 57 or a 54 Testarossa? I think it was a 57. It's the pontoon Ferrari Testarossa. It had the big old flared fenders or whatever. I think it was a $19 million car at the time. Maybe 17 is what they were asking for it, and went for 19. I can't remember. It was something along those lines. It was, in the double digits of millions. And I had to adjust a speaker over the top of a, multi-million dollar car. Talk about a nut up. So, yeah, I used to do all kinds of stuff like that. I've seen my favorite dream car, which was, no longer is, Ferrari F40. But since I've learned a little bit more about Ferrari and how they work, I'm just not a fan of them anymore. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Ferrari is now like a club. But to be in the club, you have to jump through hoops and you have to be kind of selected. You don't just go into the dealership and go like, you know what, I want a LaFerrari. I've got, the couple mil to throw down on it. Nope, you got to buy one of their other less expensive models first. And by less expensive, I mean like their California or something like that. The car that you probably didn't actually want. And then you have to follow their rules through ownership. And if you follow their rules, they'll allow you to sell it back to them so you can step up to their intermediate model. And I don't know what their intermediate model is, but, it's not going to be an FXX or whatever. I can guarantee you that. So they will allow you to then step up into their intermediate model. And after several years of ownership of that and following all of their rules, getting their maintenance schedules and driving it the way that they say you have to drive it, no modifications, you can't show it off on the interwebs, all that jazz, then they'll allow you to own their LaFerrari. It's not like the days of yore where if you wanted a Ferrari F40 or F50, you could just go in if you had the money and just buy it. They don't do that anymore. So that kind of turned me off. I think it's kind of like that for a lot of them anyway. I think Koenigsegg kind of has a similar program. You know, you have to be in the N Club. They don't just let any Tim, Tom, or Mary off the street come and pick up a car. Rolls-Royce might be a little different. I don't know how Pagani works, or Bugatti and all that stuff. I mean, they let frickin' what's his knuckle buy one. So when I say what's his knuckle, what's that guy? Tate, Andrew Tate. They let him get what, a couple of them. So I guess it can't be all bad. I'm not a huge Bugatti fan. Not anymore. Not like I used to be. Old school Bugattis though? Oh man, I'd be all over that. I've seen a few of those in my day. Those are nice. I like the classic cars. I have more appreciation for the classic cars. Let's put it that way. All right, let's see if we can make this work. So the way I do locking nuts is probably a little bit different than some people, but more or less the way I do it is I put the string in there and I go for broke. I just go tight, but the way that this one works, you can't do that. So I wonder how the hell, I guess you just have to go loose. Sounds like a business model. Lies. It's not a business model that I created, that's for damn sure. How do I want to do this? This is going to be interesting. I do not like this style of locking nut. Just saying, John. Your Fisher Price nuts here. No, I'm just teasing. But all right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it kind of like old school style. So the way I would normally do it, and you can't see it because it's off the thing here, but so normally I would pinch the string off at the next thing. So I'd pull it semi-tight, not like, you can't get as tight as I could, but semi-tight, and I'd pinch it off at the next ferrule, or whatever you want to call it, tuning peg, and then I'd slide it back, and then I'd twist it up, and that's how I would do it. But these things work in reverse, because to tighten, you got to go like that. So, like, I guess, oh, I have it. I think I know. Hold on. I think I get it. I think I got it. Let's see if that's what it is. Is that how it works? No, it's not doing what I thought it was going to do. All right, hold on. I thought I was being clever. Maybe I'm not being clever. Oh, it turns the wrong way. Okay. Okay, well then that still works. Okay. I figured it out. I figured it out. So what you do is you hold it there, okay? And you turn it the opposite direction than what you think you're going to go. So you're not turning it counterclockwise to make the string tighten around the thing that way. You twist it, this one here, clockwise, which will tighten the ferrule, I think. That's what it appears to be. That's what I thought. It does turn the damn thing, so definitely turns it. Hold on. Oh, is that loosening it? That is loosening it. Okay. So what happens if I go that way and then the normal direction? Oh, it doesn't do anything. How the hell? That is very unique. I'm trying to figure out how this thing functions. No, that is how it works. Okay, cool. Sweet. You just turn it the normal direction and then it tightens it up. There it is. I can see it going down. It's just a long way to go. All right. Figured it out. I guess I got to turn it the right way too. That would help. Not my favorite design, but it is functioning. And we're almost there, I think. Wow. What the hell did I get myself into here? It is trying to turn it right now, which is good. There it is. That's like a way to do it. I wouldn't want to do it like that very often, but okay. Figured it out. Yay! Sorry, that was painful. That's me learning in real time, everybody. Yay! You can do it. We believe in you. I barely believed in myself. Now that I know what's going on here. It is clever. I see what they were trying to do. That is clever. I'll give them that. But it is not an ideal way, to be honest. I like the other style. Nah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, whatever. Now that I know, we know. And in lieu of that, and hold on, let's turn these the other way here so I don't get caught up. See, there, start to turn. You can't see it. Never mind. Whatever. It just starts to turn, and then you can tighten it up, and then you just kind of got to play this dance. And you'll feel it get tighter. Yeah, that's probably tight enough right there. And then you can... Now, when locking tuners... Sorry, I don't mean to yell at you, but with locking tuners, I do not like doing wraps around the damn thing. And I'll kind of show you what I literally got going on there. It's literally doing 1/4 of a turn. Like, it's just barely made the L. So it did not wrap around once. It does not need to with locking tuners. The E strings are going to wrap around naturally. The lower 2 strings are going to naturally wrap around anyway. More than 1/4 of a turn. And of course, it somewhat depends on how tight you pull the string back too. So if you reef on it, yeah, it's going to, you know, it's not going to play the game, but this is a little bit challenging of a thing here. So, whatever. But now that I've got that figured out, yay. There it goes, starting to tighten up. And then you just put this in there, give it a little reef like that, follow it around. And what I'm just doing is letting it wrap itself around like the string is tightening like normal. And then I kick the, see if I can get it. I just kick it back. You can kind of see it there. And then I rotate it around the one way and then kick it back again. And then what I'm trying to do is get it to the tightness that I want before I start wrapping the string around. All right, makes sense? I don't know, whatever. I fingered it out. That's all I can say. It's the importante part. Muy importante. Do-to-do. Damn, I gotta go. See you next time. Carno Vector, man, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Sorry I missed you. My apologies, but thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. How's your new place, by the way? Before you go. Tight. Like a toiga. Yeah, not the most exciting episode. You kind of got to watch it from the beginning to catch any of the real good stuff. The long and short of it is, I'm going to Sweden. And I built several amplifiers. I got the Cerberus done. I'm just kind of talking to the 3 people that are still here. Nobody loves me. Nobody loves me because I'm not interesting. Never claimed to be either. And there we go. And there we go. There we go. All right, one string left to go, and then we get to do the next fun thing, which is to actually go through the intonation and set the freaking bridge up so it doesn't look all wonky like it does currently. Just saying. And then I burped on you. That's how you know it's a real show, though. That's right. I said it. I meant it. Do. Should have put the background music on is what I should have done. I didn't even think about that. Sorry, guys. You get the boring one today with Luke. But we get to learn a few things. So one of my builds is currently in the possession of another gentleman, my engineer friend down the street, the one who had the giveaway amp before, who was checking it out and proofing it for me. So he's got this other build that I've been working on for some time. That other build is a 50 watt build. I like the twang on this thing. It's got a nice twang to it. And here in the next week or two, I'll get that amp back with approval or requested changes. It started life as more or less like a train wreck. I think it was more of an express. It's more like a train wreck rocket now, but completely separated. It's more of a JMP 50 meets a AC 50. Meets my own kind of thing going on. So are we going to take bets on how close I am to being in tune? I think it's a little high. All right, there's a couple things I don't like though. This bridge right here, before I even bother tuning it, we're gonna get this bridge. I need to find the tool for that though. I think I have it in this. No, I do not, of course. Which means I gotta go into my other stash. My other stash is down here. Let's see here. This is my other stash, by the way. Is it that one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. So see how this string is like, you can't really tell. So that string right there is all the way over on the edge, and that's probably because this neck needs to be kicked over. So let's resolve that issue first. Make sure I got the right size screw head. Too big. That's what she said. And which one are you? Are you my daddy? Oh yeah, you're my daddy. I like that one. That one will have to do. All right. So what I'm going to do is just give these things a little bit of relief here. The screws on the back, and they weren't as tight as I would like them to be. But I have learned over the years you cannot just reef on them too much. And then what we're going to do is try to kick the neck over. And it sort of seems to help, but I'm going to have to apply pressure while I tighten up the thing. See if that is better. No, not really. It's close. I need just a little more leverage there while I tighten down. Sorry, I'm trying to do like three things at the same time here. And not reef on things too much. That might have to do. So what I do is I get two corners, kind of try to see where it's going to be, give it a little reef, and that will do. And then you go back and you tighten the other corners up. But you want it to only be tight enough that when you reef on it, it stays taut and will stay put. So you only need enough tension to lock it in place, and then you go back later and you can kind of see there now that it's a little more centered. The only downer side is to, you'll get like a little gap there on some, when the neck isn't actually made to the body, you can have little issues like that, which is unfortunate. And then you go back and you pretty much want to get the neck bolts damn near as tight as you can possibly get them. Within reason. Like, obviously you're not trying to put like 100 foot-pounds on them, but you just kind of go around in a crissy-cross pattern and just you just eke them down a little by little. But you do got to be careful. I have seen a guitar once where the heel freaking crushed. And this one's doing all right. You can kind of see where it's got some stress fractures. A little bit, maybe. But you can kind of see where there's some stress fractures. So this one's reefed down pretty good. But now the strings are centered on the neck, which will help very, very much so with intonation and playability. And then what we want to do is get these things here. I don't know if you can see it or not, but you can't really tell, but it's got an odd angle. It's not flat. It's sloping. For you, it'd be sloping downward, kind of like that. So you got a string that's coming across straight off of it, but then it's sloped down. So the string's going to have this tendency to want to fall that way. We don't want that. We want these things to actually be kind of level. So what you do is you go down on one a little bit until you get it kind of straight, so it's flat, I guess is the term you're looking for. And then you want the string to be kind of up the middle of it if possible. And sometimes these ones don't have any notches cut into them, but sometimes you can push the string and guide it to where you want it on there. So I like it right there. Ish. So now we're going to do the next one, kind of same. We'll go up a little bit on one, down a little on the other. I'm trying to keep the same relative height. We're actually going to have to go through. It's not horrid. The action's actually not that bad on it right now. And most of these are actually pretty good. Some of them are a little off and other ones are not. So as far as how these things are set, they're not that bad. There's only one that was like really, really egregious. All right. I need a tuner. And I can't remember which guitar I left it on. I put it somewhere. And with my luck, I probably dropped it somewhere. And, something stupid. I don't know where I put it. To be honest. I should have planned ahead a little bit more. Aha! Found it. Let's see how close I was. Survey says, was Luke even in the ballpark? I was a little sharp. I was probably right the first time, to be honest. No, I was about actually spot on. I adjusted these and that changed the pitch. That one went way up. Pretty dang close, to be honest. Pretty dang close. All right, let's get a pick and something I can rest my knee up on. I know this is strip the whammy bar cavity. He did that. So he didn't strip it, but it's got 3. That's actually pretty close right there. It's not quite at 7.5. It's about 1 mil. That's not bad at all. I think this is a, what is this? This is a 1.27 mil right here. So let's see here. Is it? Yeah, I was about right on the money. It's just a little bit bigger than this. This is a 1.27 mil. So it's within spec. But we can go, I don't know if I want to go lower. No, I like it right there. That one's got to go up. So honest to God, the best way to tune these things is to get rid of the freaking sheets. Like, you don't need those freaking cards that they got. You don't need the freaking, you know, the little gauges that they make. Just lower one string all the way down as low as it can go and see what you get. That one should go up a little bit as well. And you don't have to go very much. We're just talking like a little couple cranks here and there. I want that one to be just a little bit straighter. And then, of course, you're going to have to tune it. That's pretty dang close right there. It's a little bit low on the E string. I'm going to give it just a itty bitty little punch up. And let's move on down the line. The G. I'm going to go up just a skosh on that one too. I haven't checked the relief yet, and that could be part of what the problem is. Let me actually check that right now. We got a little bit more relief than I would like to have, but it's only adjustable from right here. And when I say right there, I mean it's literally right there. As soon as I have to undo the neck and then do that. It's not so far off. Yeah. It's further off than I would like it, but it's not out of spec. I basically try to do it so that when you touch the 1st fret and the 12th fret, it's like when you tap in there, like it's like you put your finger down, it's already touched. Like no gap at all. I think some specs want like 10 or 20 thou or something like that. I can't remember, but some number. It's not out of a playability range, I'll tell you that right now. So I'm gonna go up on the other just because I know. Yeah. Trem bar. Yeah, it did not fit. It will not fit. It's like one of those standard like screw-in style, like the cheapo style. So yeah, that's not gonna fit. All right. I really like the resonance of this body. It's got a nice ring to it. I like it. It plays nice, actually. It is intonated incorrectly, however, so let's dial that in. So to do that, for those of you who don't know, the longer the string length is between the nut and the bridge here, the nut over here and the bridge here, the tighter the string has to be. The tighter the string has to be, that means the higher the pitch is probably going to be at the 12th fret, right? Makes sense? So in order to abate that, make sure you get the right size. That is not the right size. This one is. That one will work. I wish I had a longer one, but so yeah, let's see where this one's sitting at. It's generally best to play with the guitar in the playing position, and then you kind of got to tune this thing to perfection in the open. It's pretty good. That's pretty good right there. This one's ringing a little high, which means it needs to go in more because we want it to be looser. So what you do is you loosen this up, which extends the length or shortens the length, right? And you just got to go a little bit. And then when you play at the 12th fret, there you go, much better. It's still just a little tight. So I'm going to ring it out just a little bit more here. And sometimes you just got to give it a little bop to pop it forward. You got to make sure that it goes the direction that you're trying to do it. Pulling it's often a little bit easier than letting it go slack, because oftentimes the bridge or nut piece doesn't want to move. Ooh, it still wants to go just a little bit further. It's like right in between. Give it a shot. See what we get. All right, so I'll kind of try to show you what I'm looking at here. So let's see if we can point this up at you. So we get the A. And see how it's still at A? Even if I reef on it, it's still... Okay, cool. So that's what you're trying to do, is get it so that open and at the 12th fret, it's in tune, intonated. So... this one's good. Oh, somebody's got the fireworks still. That one's good. Ooh, see how that one's sharp? Let's roll that one in just a skosh more. Can I get it right? You know I can get it right. You know I'm going to get it right. Okay, let's go there, see what that gets us. Ooh, it's wanting to go low now. Oh, no, the string is low. All right, one more to go. Not bad. We can still go a little bit more with that A string. I don't know if I want to go too much more, but it's in a spot. It's looking pretty good. Ooh, see, now we might have gone too far. Nope, I think we're gonna be all right. Not teabag. Let's make noise. I don't know if the pickups in this thing work. I don't know if the knobs work. I don't know nothing. Ugh, I know it's tough to plug in though. Let's get this off of here. I hear noise. Holy hell. All right, that's position 1. It's got a little more output than I'd like, but that's the neck position. Everything works. No buzz. Ooh, it's got that tone thing too. Watch, listen close. Listen close. Oh, it doesn't work on the bridge pickup though. Hold on. Kind of like these pots. They're not bad. Oh, so I see what they did. Okay, so right now, this one is wired up. So the volume is volume. No duh. This one is wired up as the tone control only for the bridge. The center pickup does not have a tone control, and the neck tone control is that one there. Now, the only other thing I do not like about what I'm seeing here is how these knobs are not turning in the right direction. So I'm going to do this. So the way I do it is I take an old pick that I don't like, and I twist back and forth. Yeah, so you know it's a good show, everybody. Here we are. All right. Okay, so then what I do is I put it there. I like them facing right at me, so like that. So that's pretty good. This one's pretty close, but I'm going to reset it as well. And this one has a completely different pot in there. I like what it does though. So if you've ever listened to Greg Koch, he talks about having that wow, wow, wow kind of tone for the tone control. I kind of like it myself. Now, the reason I like it isn't because it goes wow, wow, wow. I like it because it's not so abrupt and as like it's just not all or nothing. It's like a good blend. And then this one here, I can see why it's like that. This one's starting to crack. You may want to get some new whatchamacallits on here, but that's about as close as that one's going to get. So we're going to put this one right there, and they're pretty close. Without adjusting the actual pots themselves, it wouldn't work. But let's I haven't played humbuckers through this thing yet, so let's see what the humbuckers do. This is the giveaway amp, by the way. Just saying. Just a little bit. Turn the bass down just a little bit. So that's the volume control all the way up on it, and sit right in front of it here. Alright, we know that it freaking works now. What I can tell you is that was almost all the way up. On the master volume of this thing. I can't show you. I don't have multiple camera views set up yet, but it's comfortably loud. That was running through it's a single 10-inch cabinet that I got. I recently picked up a 10-inch cabinet. It's an oversized, so it can fit a 12-inch. It's probably too big even for a 12-inch, but and then I got a Celestian Gold in there. It sounds amazing with the cleans. With the dirt kind of stuff like what we were just playing with, it sounds to me a little more, what do you call it? A little more vintagey. It's kind of got more of a honk to it, but this amp sounds really, really good. Clean, it sounds really, really good with the Celestian Gold. Dirty, it sounds great with greenbacks or the creambacks. Just saying. All right, so we've gotten this guy ready to go. So let me clean up my space a little bit because I need my space. Must have my space. Hold on, I like my area clean, by the way, in case you don't know. And if you didn't know, now you do know. All right. We don't need these guys. And you can hear everything I'm doing, I'm sorry. So I have the mic attached to my chest right there. And it seems to be working pretty well. Let me know. Does it sound okay to you guys? Do you notice a big difference between the last, using my normal Giddy Up that I have with my Rode mic or whatever the hell it is? I like the Rode mic. It does a really good job, but it is kind of cumbersome to have directly in front of you. And I'm trying to prepare everything for when I go live and do my high gain build. And I'm going to talk with you some more, John, because I think Andy's already relegated to sending that thing to me. Your amp, that is. Your TS15. And I'll be honest in saying that I think you'll appreciate that in the end. But if you don't want it, let him know. Tell him to tell me to kick rocks. And we'll go from there. But, whoop, ding. Job opening. All right, so I want this to go there. My apologies. All right. Let me get the guitar put away. And we'll put this away. Very nice guitar. I like this guitar. These DiMarzios, not bad. The neck is a little dark for me. I would probably drop the height of this pickup just a little bit to even things out. Not bad. I wish this thing had single coils in it. If it had single coils in it, this would be a proper Stratocaster. But not my guitar. And as it is, sounds pretty dang good. It's definitely in good playable condition. All right, so let me pull out some tubes here because we don't need them getting in the way. We're not actually going to hear it. We're just going to talk about it today. So, what are we talking about? I'm about to show you something here. I've been a busy boy. Busy boy. So, let me get it to the direction you guys want to see it in. There it is. The Cerberus. A little bit dirty. It's been sitting by my washing machine for the last couple days. All right. So as you can see, we got some transformers put in this thing. Quite pretty, if you ask me myself. No, we're not doing the next guitar today. I can only do that, so much cleaning. Now, the other one I'm actually more interested in. We'll probably do another live later on. But the Eastman, or whatever, the hollow body, I love that guitar. It's a beautiful looking guitar. I have not played it yet, but I am very much excited to see that one. The one thing I do not own yet is a hollow body guitar, and I want to get an ES335 style guitar so bad. I'm just reticent to play one or to pick one up unless I've actually played it. And there's not too many that I've played where it's been like, I must have this. There is a Samick that a friend of mine owns, and he will sell it to me, but I just haven't dropped the ball on or pulled the trigger on it yet. But I love the look of your Eastman. That thing is a killer guitar. Ta-da! So much stuff was done in this amp. You have no idea. So when I got this thing, I didn't really try to expose it. I wasn't trying to like call anybody out. Lord knows what tech has been in here doing what at what time. So there's been a lot of activity that's gone on in this thing since it left Andy's possession. And I have done a lot myself to get it to a playable state. So I purposely left it kind of out of, I didn't make any videos on it, more to kind of protect some of Andy's IP and to not like try to call out anybody because there was just a lot of little micro issues. The bias, when I got it worked. It was fine. It would work in the range, but when I turned it on, there was this most horrid buzz that you'd ever heard in your entire life. Like it was really, really bad. And I thought it was the switching system. So I played around with that and I tried this, I tried that, I tried other things. I could not get it to go silent. Started pulling tubes, trying to isolate it to a particular tube, and I did. I isolated it to that tube right there, the number 3 tube. Let's look at that a little bit closer, and you'll see I got some resistors flying down to it, flying leads. It's the only way I was able to get it to the level of quietness that it currently is. That tube is the effects send right there. So that is where the signal goes in to go out to the effects loop and then returns back into the next tube here. And then that is the phase inverter there. This one was the one that was super sensitive to any kind of noise. What I ended up doing initially was getting the bias system dialed in into where I know it was quiet. You'll notice there's a couple, you may not have seen it, but these are brand new caps in there. I did go with a voltage doubler only because Brian, I keep wanting to say Brian, but Andy already had one. This amp doesn't actually need a voltage doubler circuit, which is why I went overkill with that circuit. These are 100 UF 350 volt caps, and they are IC's higher end. They're not the cheap gray ones that you get in many other amps. These are the good IC ones. 100 UF 350 volts. They're rated for twice the voltage is actually on that circuit, and at 100 UF, it is definitely doing its job. Maybe, we'll see how I feel, but probably not going to happen today. Maybe if I get some more concurrent viewers. My viewership right now is pretty freaking low, but whatever. You'll You'll notice there's 2 diodes. So to do a voltage doubler, you need to have 2 diodes because we are rectifying it up and then also doubling the voltage. You'll see here that I have a dropper resistor and then yet a third capacitor in there. So there's 3 capacitors in this bias circuit, which will go from about minus 80 volts down to about minus 50. No, I have it set up right now so it'll do minus 70 down to about minus 20 or something like that. It's got enough range in it that by the time you get it where it needs to bias at, it'll get right in there. So right now it's biased at about minus 38 volts or minus 39 volts. And that puts this thing right about 60% with the tubes that I had set in there. So it's got plenty of bias range. Now, why do you need so many capacitors when you do a voltage doubler circuit? We're learning stuff now, by the way. This is where we're starting to get to the good shit. You need that many capacitors because a voltage doubler circuit doubles the amount of noise. So you go from 60 hertz to 120 hertz noise. That is actually up into the range of, you know, very, very audible, obviously going to hear it type, you know, of range. So how do you abate that? So you can keep the noise from that out of the, you know, the heaters, right? Well, the bias control, you know, but that is one thing I did. So the thing that you need to do is use a lot of capacitance. That's what we got here. We've got 200 UF, and then I've got a 16 UF at 450 volt on the ass end. I just happened to have that resistor. It was the same one that he had in some other spots in here, so I used it. Yada, yada, yada. So the bias circuit in this thing is absolutely dead silent. You do not actually hear any buzz that's coming from that circuit in and of itself. Now, another thing I did was elevate the heaters. This thing has 2 cathode followers in it, and cathode followers are notorious for, you know, noise due to the heater to cathode difference. And there is a limitation to how much the cathode and the heater can be separated by voltage-wise before you start running into serious issues. And cathode followers are one of those things where that becomes an evident problem. Now, these preamps on here have a fair amount of voltage. After putting this transformer in here, this power transformer, I was running these things up near 400 volts at one point before I dumbed it down. And you can see there, I've got a couple of resistors in there. There were no resistors there. Somebody at some point in time took those 2 out and ran straight wires through there. Not good. That means that there was no dropping string on the preamp section. We've talked about this in another video of mine before, where if you don't, the size of the dropper is actually paramount to how much noise its cap and itself will eliminate or, you know, reduce out of the circuit. And they measure it in the form of dB. Well, in this case here, it was a straight wire. That means there is no dropper, which means there is no noise abatement from that, right? So this guy over here was doing dick all. Like, it wasn't doing a god dang thing. So with those in there now, it's actually doing what it's supposed to do. And we have the droppers down where they need to be. And we are now seeing like 350 volts on the HT side of our preamps now. But that still left us with about 140 or 100, a little over 100 volts of difference between the heater and the cathode on these cathode followers, which is no good. So if you look over here on the ass end, I did an elevated heater system. So I had to run the center tap for the heaters down, around, and all the way over and into this little network right here that you can see on the ass end of this. I luckily had the space, and you can see it runs across over in references from the first preamp tube. The reason for that is that elevated heaters gets it so that the heater itself and the cathode are much, they're better for each other, right? It doesn't induce as much noise. So I have the heaters elevated by 70 volts, which gets them within the range that the cathodes and the heaters need to be. So the cathodes are on these cathode followers are much, much happier now. So that's a good thing. So I ended up doing that. That still did not solve all the noise problems. So I still had this nasty buzz. A lot of the other issues that I was having went away, but the buzz would not. I ultimately ended up finding out that it was the switching system that was causing the problems. I do not know what changed. Andy said that when it left, it was noise-free. It had no problems. I don't know if it's maybe my tube. I tried different tubes. I tried this. I tried that. Nothing seemed to work. But I had both relays over there initially. That's where they both were. And you can see here that I started with them over there. That's where the holes are for them. Another thing I did is I put flush mounted screws into the sides there so they're not sticking out like they used to be. But in either case, I finally learned that it was how those wires connected to that particular tube there, that cathode follower, that was causing the problems. As long as I was doing direct connections, they were totally fine, didn't have any problems whatsoever. So what I ended up doing was mixing the two channels together. But they're mixed together in such a way where they do not have any crosstalk with each other. They are happy, and you can't tell the clean and the mean, whatever, it's happy. And then I had to go to a shunt style switching system. So I moved one of the relays from over here and put it over there. So now there's a power line that runs along this side and back over. I also moved the, what do you call it? The negative feedback. I moved the negative feedback that was running around that way, and it's now running around this way where all the power stuff is. That problem's resolved. It used to be when you would turn this on and you turn the depth and the presence all the way up, it would oscillate and ring and do all kinds of bad things. It would also do it if you turned them all the way down, incidentally, which is weird. I never had one do that when you turn them off, but yeah, when you would turn these all the way down, it would also oscillate. Now, it sounds great right up the middle. Everything sounds pretty dang good, to be honest. It's not bad. I did end up having to change a couple other parts. I did find one bad capacitor. I believe it is that one right there, in fact. That one, the cap, for whatever reason, was just noisy. If you tapped on it, you could hear it ring throughout the circuit. I replaced it with another one that I had the same value in the same, make as these other ones, a Mallory. Replaced that, and the ringing went away. When you tapped on it, it didn't make as much noise as the one that was in there. That cap that was in there, replaced that, and yada, yada, yada. I ended up going with a shunt style switching system for this half of the circuitry. And what that means is that instead of taking the runs that would have ran over to here like this one does and running them all the way over to the switch, I instead left these so they mix together all the time, but I shunt off the signal earlier on, so prior to getting to this amplification area, so that that channel doesn't make any noise anyway. And they're separated by enough that there's not a problem. So from a sound standpoint, both channels do the same thing that they've always needed to do. Now there is still a slight buzz. It's acceptable. I'll say it's acceptable. For a high gain amp, it's probably par for the course for most things. At the way you're going to play this, it's not going to be a problem. The gain channel, incidentally, doesn't have as much of a problem with it being as noisy, but the clean channel, obviously with it being clean, you can hear the buzz a little bit more readily. It's at an acceptable level given the amount of wattage given the amount of wattage that this thing has, but yeah, there's that. So I did modify things a little bit in the switching system too to ensure that it was as quiet as it could possibly be. This capacitor there, you may notice that it's in there. I need to actually glue it to the other guy, but I will do that at some other point. It is a little looser than I'd like it to be, but that cap is an afterthought. It is a 3300 UF at 10 volts. That guy, no, and I think Andy is going to do that. And since we're here now kind of talking about it, I have the switch for it. Where the frick did it go, though? Well, let me find the damn switch. I might have moved it somewhere else. I don't freaking put it somewhere. There it is. Found it. Found it. All right. This is the original voltage switch that this thing came with. There really wasn't a place to put it except for right here, right next to the freaking effects loop. You'll also notice something else that's down there. That little disc right there, that guy right there is a thermistor. So what it is when you turn on the amp, it doesn't actually send high voltage to the rest of the amp until that thing comes up to temperature. And it takes, 5-10 seconds or something like that for this thing to start heating up and actually flowing enough electrons to make the amp do something. And then it just makes it so that these ginormous freaking caps, and there's, 5 of them in this thing, have the time that they need to charge up before full voltage comes in. But this guy here, as you can kind of see, has a bunch of wires to it that got cut off. So this is the original switch that came with this power transformer here. And you can kind of see that the brown and the white here are tied together. So this was the neutral side. So the brown is always in circuit here. So that's this guy right there. It's always in circuit. And on the other side, the black and the black are lined. So this other black that's over here, one of them is going off to something else. I can't remember. It goes up to the switch there. But the black is also always in circuit, right? So those two are always in circuit. And then the ones that get shunted out of circuit, forget about these white wires there. Those actually don't go to anything. So the white wires on this thing are tucked up and away, so you can't even see them. But that leaves you with the red wire and a blue wire. And when this switch is in the 240 position, the red wire and the blue wire get disconnected. This white wire here just goes to the neutral. So I treated the red as the neutral, right? You can kind of see that there. So I wired this as if it was 120. So with 120 in the down position, the brown and the red wire were tied together with this white wire. And then the black and the blue were tied together with this black wire, okay? So this is kind of chronologing things a little bit. So what would probably have helped is if I were to take this white wire and have put it on this other one here with the brown, because those two would always be in circuit together. But in order to make this thing run in 220, it's actually meant for 230 or whatever it is, but you would remove from the circuit the blue wire and the red wire. So you would just disconnect them. That's all you have to do is just disconnect them out of the circuit, and this thing will run at 240 or 230 or whatever the heck it is. According to this switch, that is what is happening. So the way to fix that and to make it, become a thing that you can switch on and off so it can switch between the two is to put a switch kind of like this in that spot right there. And as you can see, it would be a hell of a tight fit, but it could be done, I suppose. But you'd have to cut a slot in the back here or put it on a flip switch. And I don't like the idea of putting it on a flippy floppy switch. That's dangerous, but, or put something like this switch inside of the amp, like mount it right there or something like that. Or if you're gonna take it to a 240 country, it's pretty freaking easy. You take this red wire, and you take that blue wire, you cut them, cap them off, and it's set for 240. It's done. So there is no switch at all. So that is something I'm gonna let Andy take care of. He has expressed that he wants to do with that. I'm done. I'm not freaking doing any more work on the inside of this thing. I've done as much as I can possibly freaking do. And you can see that I've done quite a bit. Initially, we thought that the effects loop was going to be sensitive to noise. It actually is not. Whatever is going on right here, this half of the circuit, very, very clean, very, very quiet. It seems that all the problems were coming from that one tube right there. And again, it could be the tube, but I did try moving tubes around. Didn't seem to matter. I got it right now, so it's as quiet as it can possibly be. The tubes that are in here are JJ's, and they're all a little bit older. None of them are new. Let's just leave it at that. The amp that I stole these transformers from are the same. These are the same tubes that were in that amp at the time. That amp had some weird issues as well. I don't know. This amp does not have any issues at the moment, other than a slight buzz in the background. But it is, let's say, I want to say it's like 10% of what it was when I first got it. It was unplayable when I got it. There are a couple other things I had to do. One of these pots would never go down to 0. So even if you turned it all the way off or all the way down, it would still allow signal to go through. So I did replace the 2 gain pots with some alphas this time. So he had some Borns that were in there. The Borns are those weird ones that like you can literally flick and they turn all the way on their own. Whereas these ones here, you're not doing that. These are the ones that feel right. These ones here are like, feel like Fisher Price under your fingers. There's like zero resistance whatsoever. You can literally flick it all the way around one way or the other. It's kind of, I don't like it. But in either case, that's out of there. Those ones have been replaced. I just did it because they're both the same. I did rewire a couple other things just to make it clean and tidy. And you can see here, it's pretty clean and tidy, but everything kind of goes around the way it does. Everything works exactly the same as it did before. No, I did not get them from a PV Triple X. I actually had an old JCA 50H that, for me, I was never going to play it again. It had some weird issues and it's always sounded like dookie to me. And there was just something about it that I'd never liked. So I stole the transformers out of that and the tubes from that. And this thing sounds pretty freaking beastly. If you down tune a standard Stratocaster, it still gives up the balls. How many watts is this one? It's a 50 watt amp. So it is set up right now for EL34s. Not exactly what these transformers were meant for. They're actually meant for 6L6s. And this amp would run just fine with 6L6s, but even with EL34s, it sounds quite nice. The clean channel is actually pretty cool. It's got that nice bubbly spank to it. It's very full sounding. Yeah, Jet City for the win. Very full. It's got a big body to it. The presence and the depth controls are pretty usable. It sounds good even all the way down, if you can imagine that. So you can turn them all the way down. It sounds good that way. The depth you can turn all the way up if you want. I wouldn't recommend it. This amp's got plenty of balls. You probably don't need it up quite that high. The presence really doesn't start doing a thing like getting abrasive and brash until you get just beyond about 2 o'clock. Between 2 o'clock and it's, the end of travel, it starts getting really bright and to really, really bright. But anywhere between off and noon, it's teats, man. Honest to God, I pretty much leave them straight up and it sounds great right there. And if you would focus, you fack. The master volumes are very effective, but he doesn't use the trick that he has. Like you crack them open just a little bit and you get quite a bit of volume pretty quick. The EQ is very effective, actually. The way he does his high frequency thing, if you turn it up to about 1 o'clock, it's going to be probably too bright for you. At noon, it's just about spot on, right where you want it to be, and then it starts getting pretty dark pretty quick. So it's got like, this range of travel right in here is going to probably be like the sweet spot for it. If you like it a little bit brighter, you're probably not going to get much beyond 1 or 2 o'clock. The mid is full range. Like if you want it to be pretty bright and mid forward, obviously you turn the mids up, but it doesn't do the super duper scoopy thing. We're not going to do that today. Sorry. We'll do a whole video dedicated to this one. I still got some cleaning up to do and whatnot, but, and I'm waiting to get, I've gotten the, CNC work, not CNC work. I have the files made for this thing to run the CNC with. So that's what I've been doing the last couple days. But the mid control on this thing is, it doesn't do the full on scoopy thing, but it can get that kind of density that you would like out of an amp when you turn it back a little bit. The bass control is actually pretty usable. It will get a little bit woofy if you dime it all the way up, and it will get a little bit thin if you, of course, crank it back. But honest to God, it sounds pretty good just straight up. You put it right up at noon, it's good to go. Gain-wise, I don't know. I'm a lower gain kind of guy. I like lower gain stuff. So, I don't necessarily play with everything in the high gain settings or whatnot, but channel 1, honestly, in the clean setting, for me, works great. If you put it in the overdrive setting, you get a little more crunch out of it. It's not the kind of crunch I really like, but in the clean channel, when you gain it all the way up, it's got a nice subtle crunch to it. And I do like that, to be honest. And then the warm and bright is very subtle. It is subtle, but it does effectively do what it's supposed to do. Keep in mind, it only works for the clean channel. It does not work for channel 2. So all these two functions here only work for the clean channel up here. Gain one, if you will. I wouldn't say that, to be honest. A couple of good pedals, no. Like the amp really does make or break things. For me, I'm more of a rock kind of guy and blues rock. I'm not a heavy metal guy. I have amps that kind of get into that territory. I do have a PV Triple X, and I do have an 8-string guitar, but I'm not a gent player. I've never really been into that. I did at one point in time have a 6505 Plus. I really wanted to go that direction, and I was playing music that kind of would have suited that style, but it wasn't my thing. But I'm more lately I've been more country driven. I go through these phases. When I was first starting to play guitar, I was very much into rock and blues, and my whole thing was all about bending notes and stuff like that. So I got really good at bending notes and playing blues rock. And then when I got into a band, I was more of a punk rock kind of thing. So I did the punk rock thing for probably 10 years. And then after I got out of that, I did a 90s kind of thing for a while. And once I got into the 90s, of course, that's why I started picking up these higher gain amps. And then I wanted to try to embrace the 8-string thing before it took off. So I foolishly went and bought like the first commercially available 8-string options that were affordable at the time, which is the Schecter. It was their Diamond Elite series, but it was like a 26-inch scale length 8-string guitar, not knowing that 30 inch is where you honestly wanted to be. And you live and you learn. But by that point in time, I was really getting heavy into doing audio and sound, so I kind of just backed off and stopped doing the band thing. So I picked up the JCH 50 or the JCA 50H, the freaking Jet City amp, to kind of deal with this, or to kind of work with this band that I was in at the time that was called Pretty Fucking Awesome. And we were pretty freaking cool. So we had a chick that was our frontman, if you will. And she was cute, she was a looker. So that's where the pretty came, and then the fucking awesome was the rest of the guys, because we were actually we were the ones that wrote the majority of the songs and kind of had the talent or whatever going for it. But whatever, she was a nice girl. She could sing, but it wasn't, people were still coming to see this guy. Yours truly. But in either case, once that fell apart, that and our bassist, Josh McRock, I love that guy. I haven't talked to him in a while. He started seeing this girl that me and my wife did not care for. Let's just put it that way. And because we didn't care for her, we kind of pushed him aside a little bit, which is kind of cruel in a way, but it was to try to get him to see the light. I, don't know where he's at now. I haven't talked to him in several years, but I hope he's doing well. His name is Josh McRock. Fucking amazing bassist, by the way. Hell of a freaking singer-songwriter. Hell of a guitarist, too, by the way, even. An amazing guy. Really nice guy. Love him to death. But his choice in females at the time was not suiting. I wouldn't say a harlot. I don't know how to explain it without giving stories away that can implicate people. I'm not going to say anymore. I love him, not her. How's that? So, this guy's gone through a lot of work. It took me a solid 2 weeks, most of those 2 weeks that I was not producing any content to get to this. So I apologize. I do need to still send out shirts. I have not forgotten about the shirts. And a lot of that time is spent dealing with this, building my other amps, and getting the, just like some of the logistics figured out for going to Sweden. So I am, for those of you who missed it and are wondering, yes, I am going to Sweden to deliver the Peacemaker, which is the amp that is the giveaway amp. This guy here, you've seen it on another one of my videos before. I did it with the pedal video. This guy, I'm finally calling it done. I finally just figured out what it is that I want it to do. So there it is. It's not complete from A to Zinc. I still need to go do a couple things on the board. As you can see, there's this one resistor that's kind of a flying lead. That guy, we just need to put actually on the turret board. I haven't done that yet, but this is the way this one's going to live. So this is as complete as it needs to be. In future builds with this amp here, I am going to go 47-47 as opposed to 47-30. The 2222 thing, perfectly fine. But outside of that, everything else on it is teats, man. Quite happy with it. It does the spanky EF86 thing. It kind of does the chimey thing. It's kind of in that AC30-ish kind of level of grit, but it's just got a whole hell of a lot more. It's just a really fun amp to play. It always has kind of been. It's just, there's always been something about it that just kind of irked me a little bit. And I finally worked all those issues out. And when you look at it, you go, it's so simple. How can it take so long to work that out? You just don't know until you try all kinds of different things. Some of it comes down to voltages. So you got to find the right voltages. Some of it comes down into how you tune the output section. At one point I had, big old fat 0.1s in there, and it was just too much for this thing. And I think I ended up going with 0.047s. No, I went with 0.022s, excuse me. So with the 0.022s, this thing is just a little more docile in the low end, and it just plays a little bit nicer. That's really all that comes down to that. But this guy here was a thing of experimentation. I think I ended up going with a 2 meg there, which ended up being very important for this thing. And then, of course, the bias resistor, not the bias resistor, excuse me, the plate resistor for this particular EF86 it was just kind of timid. This is one of those gold JJs, and it's I thought maybe if I got the really, really nice, EF86 from JJ, that it would be a better tube. It's not that it's bad. I just don't like it as much as the normal EF86 that's in this other amp that I'm about to show you. Let me put this guy down and away. So this one's kind of a shame in a way. This one I'm about to show you. So this one we're going to run with 6V6s after all. Initially, I wanted it to run with 6L6s. It will run 6L6s. It just doesn't work the way I'd like it to with 6L6s. But then I put in 5881s. I put in KT77s, excuse me, 5881s and KT66s. Excuse me. And then it just doesn't do the thing unless it has the 6V6s in it. This is what it wants to run, is 6V6s, which is a shame because the size of these transformers is just atrocious. But we will, in subsequent builds of this, we may or may not go with this guy here. I do not need it anymore when I'm running the 6V6s, which will help get the cost of this down a little bit by getting rid of that. This amp is dead quiet. There is absolutely no hum whatsoever. A couple little things to work out still, but I'm calling it done. Like circuit-wise, it's good. So you can see I got a 47 and a 30. Never using a 30 again in the power supply. It's going to be 47, 47. So that is that. You can see I got rid of some bias resistors that we didn't need anymore. And I've done some adjustment here to the power rail to account for having 6V6s in there. So that guy will change out to one of these brown style ones once I order that size. But this guy here has a pretty unique little circuit in it. You'll notice there I've got a 1-to-1 transformer. The 1-to-1 transformer is very important in order to make this amp work the way that it works. And you're probably wondering what that is. Well, this amp is a parallel path amplifier. So on the phase inverter has 2 main inputs. Those 2 main inputs are out of phase with each other. So that is to say that it doesn't matter which one you plug into. It's just one is in one phase and one is the other phase. Which is to say that if you took 2 tubes, and keep in mind a tube, we're talking 12AX7 style tube or whatever it might be. When you go into the triode and then out the other side, it's out of phase with what went in, or out of polarity, if you will, from what went in. So if you went in positive, you're going to come out negative from that triode. Then if you go into yet another triode, it will convert up again. So it'll go from a negative back to a positive. So you need 2 stages to go to the same phase as what you came in at. So you come in positive, you go out negative, you go into the next stage, negative, and then you come out positive. Well, you cannot run 2 tubes in parallel with each other into both sides of a phase inverter, because the phase inverter has phase inversion, right? So you're sending two negatives into one that's going to convert them back around, right? So what'll end up happening is that the two sides end up going out of phase with each other. It does some weird stuff. It does not work. So what you have to do is invert the polarity of the other tube, or you need to make sure that if you're running into the phase inverter, that the tubes are out of polarity with each other, so that the phase inverter can do what it needs to do to work appropriately and sum them together appropriately. Well, that's what this guy is doing, is it's taking the input that goes into the EF86 and inverts the polarity for me and isolates those two tubes from each other on the input side so they don't touch each other electrically, and allows me to run them both at the same time in parallel all the time into the phase inverter. And that's why you'll notice that there's this kind of stuff here going on. And I'm letting it rest on some knobs and stuff, but there's a volume 1 and a volume 2. They're always on in parallel with each other. So you got one input and it goes to two different tubes and there's two different volumes and you can run them however you need to run them. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that it's still a one channel amp. Think of it that way. But the EF86 is a little bit more ornery, right? It's a little mean, does the thing. Well, you can use that as the clean if you want. You know, if you want to run this as a clean amp, you can do that. But it probably doesn't have the gain you want if you dime up the 12AX7 channel. It's, you know, it doesn't drive this thing into a cacophony of distortion. But you can if you use the EF86 channel, which is the volume 2 over here. Crank that guy up, and if you want a little more dirt than what the 12AX7 will give you, that is the way you do it. But it's kind of cool because you're blasting into two sides of a phase inverter, which means you get two different types of distortion, if you will. So it's got a lot of harmonic complexity. It does a really cool thing. Takes pedals like a champ. This thing is an all-arounder, I guess, if you will. Almost time for the next guitar. We're not doing the next guitar tonight. We've been doing this for 2 hours and 41 minutes. I'm shocked this mic is still working. This little guy right there. I'm shocked it's still working. I need to save content for later. And I got to talk to you and smack some sense into you. So, you know, whatever. No, I'll probably, maybe this weekend. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll do another video this weekend. I still do have some catching up to do. I need to get those t-shirts sent out. Well, Bad Cat lost Mark Sampson, but they really didn't. He passed away. He died. So he, you know, that's, you know, God rest his soul. I like Mark Sampson. He was one of those people I talk about in some of my other videos where I mentioned that you kind of have to have a story. You kind of got to know the right person, and you kind of this and you kind of that, and you got to be a businessman and all those other freaking things. And he just, yeah, right. Hey, Amber, how's it going? Nice to see you guys. I take it your stream is done. He's one of those guys that just kind of, obviously he made something that was iconic, right? Like he won the freaking boutique game. He's kind of the progeny, if you will, of the whole boutique thing. He just didn't have the business sense, or he didn't have this, or he didn't have that, whatever it might have been. He just didn't have enough of it to really make it become like his, I don't know. He lost Matchless. And then he started up this other company. I can't remember what it was called. And that ended up falling apart. And then he started up Bad Cat, or it was at least part of Bad Cat for a little bit. And, you know, then he ended up letting it go entirely. And now the guy that owns Bad Cat now is pretty much openly states that he does not actually know how to design these things. Like, he's just a guy that owns the company in name. He can tinker around in them in a little bit. But in the last video he did, where he had Mark Sampson in there, he pretty much openly stated that he cannot do what Mark Sampson does to these designs. Now, the interesting story about this particular amp, the Atlas, and how it functions. So the Bad Cat Era 30, which is Mark Sampson's last amp, the amp that he made just before he died. Star amps, that's correct. Yes, that's the one I was thinking of. And I wanted to say Star, but but he created, he basically took the DC30 and he just combined the two channels, or made it so you can combine the channels into one. So instead of only being the 12AX side, 12AX7 side, or the EF86 side, he made it so you can select between the two sides or run them in parallel. Other than that, it's basically a DC30. Well, I didn't know he was doing that, and I was trying to come up with something that was just different. I just wanted to have an EF86 channel and a 12AX7 channel. I do not run the 12AX7 channel like the DC30 at all. I do not have a cathode follower in this amp. It's literally this guy here goes straight into one of the inputs of this phase inverter here. Same with this EF86. It goes through nothing else other than that small little tone control there, and then into the other side of that phase inverter. So there is no intermediate stages. No, I don't need to be shipping them yet. He wanted me to fix these things up, by the way. Just saying. Amber. Or I guess it depends on who Amber actually is right now. It could be Andy right now. But in either case, I thought it would be cool to make it so that they ran in parallel. That was kind of my whole thing, was making it run in parallel. Hence why there's another transformer in this thing. I thought it was going to be different, and I thought I was doing something that was off on its own kind of tangent. And then I hear, like right about the time I was ready to expose this thing and I gotten the faceplates done and I was ready to present it to the world, I learned that that amp was coming out. I'm like, mother freaking fricker. Sometimes you just can't win. So this guy here is pretty unique. It's different in many, many, many ways from the you know, the Bad Cat, you know, Era 30, if you want to call it that. This one does not do 30 watts. It's a solid 20 watts. It does 20 watts. That's about where it's tuned at right now. And then of course it's just a clean pedal platform amp still. That's what it's meant to be, but you can do the chimier, you know, EF86 thing with a little more spank and pop, or you can have a more mellowed out 12AX7 thing that kind of does my input channel thing, my clean channel thing. So that's this one. The other one is off and away at the... I got you. Yeah, I figured you were still alive. But the other amp that I was talking about, what is going to be dubbed the Red Rocket, that one is... It's off at my friend's place, Michael Cavalier's, getting road tested right now. He's beating the hell out of it right now. So if you don't remember what I was talking about with him before, he is the gentleman that I was talking about that runs into this elaborate system so he can do wet, dry, wet. And what he does is he runs the guitar amp, that is, into a Palmer, which he then can DI the signal out to his effects board. And then it sends basically the full-on output of the amp into an air brake. The air brake goes into an isolation box, and the isolation box has whatever speaker he's got in there. But the air brake then dumbs that down to a reasonable level. And he's got a mic in there, of course, and that's what he uses to get his dry signal. Well, mix it all back together at the inputs of, you know, whatever DAW you want to use. I think he's using Reaper these days, but whatever you decide to use. In his case, it's Reaper. You get a wet, dry, wet, because the signal that comes out of the Palmer, the DI signal, if you want to call it that, goes into his effects board where he can do all the fun stuff. So he has 3 channels of stuff going on. And let me tell you, he does not play nice with these amps. When they go to him, they are running damn near full blast the whole time. Of course, going through an air brake, of course. So you just never know. You just never know. So my amps are tuned to last. It's kind of why I like cathode bias so much. It seems like it's evil to tune this. Yes. Okay, cool. I'll sit tight a little bit longer for you. Just hurry the hell up. Kill your damn stream. So cathode bias is nice because the louder you play it, the easier it kind of is on the tubes, to be honest, because what you're doing is you're lowering the bias, which is cooling the bias down. Yes, the current is flowing, but you're kind of cooling the bias down and you're reducing the voltage a little bit. So the tube is still working, but it's not beating it up the same way as with a fixed bias amp. So with a fixed bias amp, no, I don't know about the next amp or next guitar. We're taking content away, but you two can hash out then what we're going to do about that freaking other amplifier of yours. Because now I'm a little upset. It's time for me to be angry about something for once. But in either case, I tease a little bit, of course, but fixed bias, when you bias it, you have to bias it cold, because as you play louder and louder and louder, the bias will actually heat up. That's why the practical limit is usually around 70%. And it's because if you give it the full beans, the bias will creep up beyond 70%, possibly getting over to 100%. And you know what happens to tubes when you bias them above 100%? Their life becomes very, very short, and that's not good. So little things like that. There's always some other little something or other to talk about, but let's talk a little bit about the big build that's coming up. So I've got another bit of really cool news. I've been kind of holding off on this one as well, but I have another 18 watt I have to build. That's one of those builds I was talking about earlier in the video, and I said I got more stuff to do. So I've got the KT88, which is going to be a straight up 50 watt, like solid 50 watts. I think it'll peak out at 60, something like that, but we'll have 50 watts of clean power. I got that build to do. I have enough transformers, both power and output, that I can do another 15 to 18 watt build with 6v6s or something like that. I didn't make you do nothing. You wanted to end your live, so you can come and say hi to me. Good to see you back, man. Hope all is well. Andy and I have been talking quite a bit lately. So Andy, you need to hash things out with Mr. John over here. He doesn't want you to send the amp to me after all. But I don't know. I think we should argue with him a little bit. But that's up to you. I'll let you two hash that out. So there's that. So I got another 15 watt amp that I can make. I have the 18 watt that I have just been commissioned to do so you may or may not have heard, but Paul McCartney is on his final tour. He's doing his last tour. Well, a good friend of mine happens to be his guitar tech. So I had showed him my amps a while back, and he said, just make me one, let me know what it costs, and we'll go from there. But I saw him again a couple weeks ago after Paul McCartney did his first show here in Santa Barbara. So the opening to that tour was here in Santa Barbara. I live in Santa Barbara, and a good friend of mine is his guitar tech. So I got to see him, the day after the show doing some other event that we were at. And he's like, dude, I need you to make me that amp. Whatever it is, I don't care. Make the amp. We'll figure out how to get you paid afterwards. Or, just let me know what it costs, kind of thing. So I am going to be building an 18 watt amp to for the guitar tech for Paul McCartney. Lucky me. So that kind of goes in part with knowing the right people. So hopefully I can get it built in time that he can get a hold of it, and maybe it'll get in front of a name that you've all heard of. It's not going to turn into a sale. I don't think it's not Paul McCartney's thing. Like Paul McCartney plays those AC50s or something like that. That's not even the end game on that one. That's not where I'm trying to go with it. But I have a gentleman that, is a partner to the stars, if you will. So that's more the angle that I'm going for. So in either case, hi, how's it going, everybody? Andy, Amber, I'm glad to see you guys here. We're all in the same place again today. And we don't have any imposters, and I don't have any trolls. It's a safe space here. About sick of this Foster's. I've been stringing that one along for damn near 3 hours. It's time to go to the real shit. So let's get. Do I keep going? Nah, I'll stop right there. So I really, really like this new microphone system I got going on. I haven't heard any feedback yet on whether or not it sounds fine or not, but I've had a Bad Cat Cup 40 USA Player Series with the EF86, and I'd rather just have a Plexi. So the amp that's off right now getting battle tested, that is kind of as close to a JMP 50 as you can get, like a true Plexi. It does not have the intermediate gain stages like a JCM 800 does, or like the lead, the JMP lead that they make. So it is a straight up like Plexi 1987 style, where there's only one channel or one tube triode that goes into the cathode follower setup that it has. Or if you want to call it, it's like a 1987X. It sans the tremolo. It doesn't have the tremolo, obviously, but it's a solid 50 watts, like a spanky 50 watts. It's using EL34s. It does have kind of my little thing going. So the transformer is very well suited for the amount of voltage that I have on the plates, but it is set and ready to rock in that regards. I did do some modifications. Again, you might want to call it a modified Marshall. The phase inverter is essentially, like every other Marshall, Fender, or Vox that's out there that uses 2 tubes. Nothing crazy there. But the cathode follower section of it is a little bit modified. I am using my own style of master volume on it. So it does have post phase inverter master volume, which does help you get some of that crunch beforehand. It does pretty mean. No, it does not have the level of saturation and sustain as maybe like a JCM 800 does, or some of the JMP leads do. Again, it doesn't have 3 stages of gain. It's 2 stages, literally. That's it. So it has been modified though, so it does get pretty mean, and it does a pretty cool thing. And again, very, very quiet. Which for me is muy importante. So just to clarify, I am done, I think, with my whole, what I'm going to dub as the OSD series. And when I say OSD, I mean output section distortion series. So all of my amps up until this point in time, for the most part, sans the one I was just talking about, are output section distortion. All right. And so when I mean output section distortion, I mean either phase inverter and or power tubes only. There is no intermediate gain stages that distort, with the exception, again, of the red rocket that I was just talking about a moment ago. But that one is kind of the opener, if you will, to my higher gain series of amps that I'm going to be working on. Hence the KT88 build that's coming up. That's going to be more of a platform style amp. The objective behind that is to have a power transformer for both the 50 watt and the 100 watt version that is essentially the same size, so I can punch the same holes. And the output transformer will be the only thing that's perhaps a little different. Right? Yeah, red rocket. But that's the concept behind that. And then, of course, 2 tubes, right? So you can get a 50 watt version or the 100 watt version. Now, I know some of you are like, well, why the hell wouldn't you just buy the 100 watt version? Same stuff that's happened to that. I already know for a fact that the 100 watt and the 50 watt are going to react differently. And I don't think there's a way to just flip a switch and turn 100 watt into the 50 watt and make it work. As much as I would love to have a custom transformer made, and maybe I will work on something like that with Hammond or something like that, where I can flip between 2 different voltages. There are companies out there that do something similar to, I believe Marshall who was it? Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Andy, right? How nice, right? I'm such a cool guy. Is Yuki here? Where's he at? Is that the YJMA? Yuki, I hope that's you. Hola again. It was a pleasure hanging out with you the other night. We will do that again, by the way. I will call you up here soon. I want to check out some more places around town and hang out some more. So I had a good time, dude. So thank you. Okay, satching up. No worries. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate that. But one of Marshall, no, it wasn't Marshall. It was a Friedman. Friedman just came up with a recent design. It's called the Plex or something like that. It's obviously just a modified Marshall, but they do have 2 voltage modes on it. I recently learned that the low voltage mode is pretty much like what I do with most of my amps. It's just, lower than is typical. And the only thing is it's different is that they keep using the same freaking power or output transformers that everybody else uses. So again, it's just a modified Marshall, but objectively for me, I would try to do it in such a way very crusty. It is very clean now. If you watch earlier, you'll see it's very pretty now, and it actually sounds really good. It's a cool guitar. Andy will be quite stoked with it. Although I really, really, really wish it had a nice set of single coils in it. But yeah, it would be nice to have like flip a switch and just lower the voltage and then turn it into a 50 or 100 watt. But I don't know that that's how it's going to work out. So, my thing is I don't like 100 watt amps because you're never using that amount of power anyway. And this new series that I'm working on is going to be preamp section distortion, not output section, preamp section. So the power section will be designed to stay absolutely 100% clean to the power at which it is meant to run at. So in this case here with the KT88 amp, it will be 50 watts. When I say 50 watts, I mean 50 watts of clean power. If you can get the output section to distort, I would be surprised because by that point in time, the output transformer and everything else in the amp is going to be going AWOL or just ape shit, whatever you want to call it. Like things are going to be going berserk. So yeah, I was mentioning that. I was saying that you wanted to do that swirl paint job. I like that guitar the way it is. Like honestly, I like the color, that little cream, the butterscotch cream. Bias won't work. You'd be surprised what I can pull off, my man. I'm a pretty crafty mofo, let me tell you. Now, I don't like putting a bunch of switches and knobs in my amp, but I will do it if I have to. But I will make it so that way when you flip one switch, it does like 5 other things. I'm that kind of guy. You can understand now why I probably try to keep my amps the way that they are, because I try not to make them too overtly complex. Simplicity, I kind of feel, is the answer. Like simple wins every freaking time. What is the shortest path between A to B? And it didn't really dawn on me until I kind of got through my my little 5 watt channel build. So I had a little Valve Junior. And I always kind of wondered, like, what would it sound like if I just took both of them, paralleled the input and ran it straight into the output section, right? Literally an EL84. It goes straight in the EL84 via a volume pot, right? That's it. And it sounded freaking glorious. Like, you cannot beat the clean sounds that it creates. Like, even with the puny little output transformer that it has in there, right? Whatever they got going on, you parallel that triode, you send it straight into the freaking, EL84, and it was just this gorgeous clean, spanky. It does all that stuff, right? And then I built my actual design, which is dubbed the Sweet Little Sister, which is the fundraiser amp. There's a whole series on it. It's that teal colored one. Freaking way, bro. You just cannot beat it. Like Class A amp with, nothing but pure clean. It's like pure. It's just like purity. You cannot beat it. And my little 5 watter, I'm telling you, like for a clean channel amp, it got dubbed the Sweet Little Sister for a reason. And it's because it's coveted. Like there's nobody that loves your little sister like you do, right? Like you protect her and you make sure she's sheltered and she's the sweetest thing on 2 feet. She's the most, right? Like all that fun stuff, not the gross shit that those fucking other perverts do, but you know what I mean? Like sweet little sister. You love her to death. That's what I'm saying. So I tried to apply that to some of my other designs, and it seems to work for me. It seems to work. If you were in here earlier, you probably actually heard the giveaway amp with the Stratocaster guitar. The one, it's got DiMarzios. I don't know what DiMarzios are. What DiMarzios those are. Do you know, John, which model they are? They're the blade style ones. I used to have that kind of style of thing. I got the Hot Rails or whatever from Seymour Duncan, and they're great if you really love that super high gain crap, but they don't do very good cleans, and they don't do spanky and sparkly cleans. I didn't used to be into that. Now I'm into that. Like, once I realized the beauty of what a single coil can get you, and then it was just like, oh, you cannot get that unless you have a single coil. Like the frequency response just opens like way up, like lower lows, higher highs, like the touch dynamics, like everything, every little thing that you do with a good set of single coils is going to get you there. And I mean, I don't like Strats because of the layout. I'm more of a Telecaster guy. But if you can get a Telecaster to do what a Telecaster bridge does and what a Stratocaster neck does, I love the Stratocaster neck. Like, there's nothing that beats the sound that you can get from a Stratocaster, a really good one with a really good neck pickup in it. You cannot beat that sound. And then, of course, the intermediate sounds, you know, with the positions 4 and 2 and whatnot, like the little honky, winky sounds. Love those. But I had to wire my own pickups in order to get that. And I haven't showed it yet. I need to do one of those videos on that. But I did make a pickup winder. Is bassy. Yeah, no, it's very, very woman. Like you say, very woman. Super distortions. That's probably right. That's probably right. They're very full. Let's just say full. They got some punch to them, that's for sure. Interestingly enough, the middle pickup is the one that's probably the brightest or the most apparent. I would probably pull that one down a little bit. I didn't mess with the pickup height, but the bridge can probably come up a little bit to get just a little more output. I mean, it is a blade pickup, so you might as well just freaking stuff it up next to the strings. But it wasn't distorting the input of the Peacemaker, which means that there was still some room to move the pickup up, get it closer to the strings. The neck or the middle pickup definitely needs to come down to even out the volume. And then the neck pickup, you could go up with it. That might make it a little bit brighter, but it is definitely full darker. It was smoky. We'll call it smoky sounding. Not bad. As for the sound and playability of the guitar itself, teats, man. I really like how it jangles. It's got a nice jangly tone to it. It's springy under the fingers. Super distortions. You might like those then. To be honest, Andy, then. It definitely has some girth to it. Like, the bridge pickup's a little honky. Like, it's got a little bit of that mid-range honk to it, but some people like that. I mean, it is a humbucking pickup after all. But honest to God, I think this guitar, the way it sounds acoustically, just naturally on its own, I think a set of single coils in this thing would freaking honestly be, like, that would take it from cool to freaking teats, super teats, like big honkers, like just, yeah. Just like perfect ginormo cha-chas in your face, like that kind of level of cool. You know what I mean? That's me. I'm just saying. I don't know. 2 voltages. Yes, you can. There's a trick to it, though. The trick to it is that you have to have a very tightly designed output transformer that is close enough on one voltage as it is close enough on the other voltage, which means that you're basically going with a custom set of transformers all the way around. The only thing I can see that would make the differences on it is it's not going to go from 100 watts to 50 watts. Like, you're not going to cut the voltage in half, and you know, you're not going to cut the wattage in half. But I think you can get it to where you can have a true, like, 80 watts of clean power and maybe up to 100 watts of something that's a little bit gritty. and maybe a true like 60 watts of power. You know what I mean? You can get like a 20-watt swing, so that there's just not quite as much oomph as you would if you had the 100-watt. I think you could, but you're spending an amount of money that is just not tenable for most people. Tiggo bitties. Dude, I'm telling you, that Strat with a freaking nice set of single coils in it would get you the perfect Tiggo bitties. Like, just, that's what I'm saying. I'm a dude. I like me some Tiggo bitties. Why do you think I got married? But that's just me. I don't know. Bullshit. I think you can. I know what you mean. Because it's not right. But I think it could be done within a window. No, you're not going to go from 100 watts to 50 watts. You're going to get from like 80 watts to 60 watts. Like, I think you can get a 20 watt swing out of it and have it relatively the same feel, relatively the same, all that stuff. But flux distortion, yeah, at the extremes. If you're able to actually turn the amp up that high, like the difference between 60 watts and 80 watts though is like what? Nothing. Like, I don't even think there's 2 dB in difference between those two, wattage wise. I mean, you have to go up to 120 watts in order to get a 3 dB boost from 60 watts. So 60 to 80, you're just going to get just that much more headroom. That's it. So that's why I kind of feel like 50 watts is the end of the road. And so we've come to the end of the road, and I can't let go. It's too much for me. I don't know the words. Anyway. So 50 watts, right? Let's say you have 50 watts and you get 100 dB, right? This is round number. That's the clean output power that you can get is 100 dB. Well, you go to 100 watts and you should, in theory, only get another 3 dB of clean output power. So 100, 103. 3 dB has never broken anything. Like, that's not enough to be a problem. But the truth is that you actually gain about 6 dB because you gain a little bit more of that headroom and a little bit more of that output power. So it's kind of more like 6 dB by going from 50 to 100 watts, but ish, right? Realistically, I think you would need to go to 120 watts to really feel it like as a true 6 dB boost of not only headroom, but actual output power that gets you that plus 3 dB of usable output. That's a me thing. 120 watts is totally doable, especially out of a pair of, a quad of 6L6s and perhaps a very, very hot set of EL34s. But Friedman, no, he didn't do it right. I know he didn't do it right. He just cut the voltage way down. That's it. That's all he did. Is make it so it just crunched up earlier. That's it. But yeah, no, I'm not a singer, by the way. But I'm trying to have fun. We're trying to have fun over here. Tell you what. I'm going to do a test. So right now I'm in my garage. Yuki. I am in the garage. I am not going to work on the ES335, fucking whatever. You know what I mean. I'm not going to work on it. I am going to show it though. How's that? I'm going to walk into my house. Yeah, even his mohawk is wrong. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. I'm going to walk into my house. I'm going to see if you can hear me the whole way. Let me know if you can actually hear me when I walk in there. I'm going to see how far this microphone can go. It says it's good up to like 400 meters or something like that. Insane number. Absolutely not true. But let's find out. I'm walking out of my garage and I'm going into the house. And I'm grabbing a guitar. And I'm walking back out into le garage. Yeah, my house and garage are like kind of connected, so I don't have to go very far. Just saying. Did you hear me the whole time though? Was everything there? All right. Hold on, let me get this thing open. And then they put this freaking weird ass freaking thing on the other side. It's freaking annoying as all hell. Ta-da! Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Oh, I'm gonna have to go pee here pretty soon. Just saying. You might have to go to the bathroom with me. I don't know if I want to mute the mic or not. There's nothing but dudes on here anyway other than Amber. Amber's heard dudes pee before though, so I'm sure she'll handle it. She'll manage. There we go. No, what's the other one? There we are. Hey! Knock it off. All right, close that. All right, there it is. Look at that beauty. I haven't actually played this one yet. It's pretty crusty as well, as you can kind of see maybe. She's pretty crusty, but I love that finish. Let's see what she sounds like. At least, we'll at least. She's nice with a set of strings on her. She'll be fun. Dirty as all get go. Hold on. We're going to make it so we can actually hear it. I'm going to plug a guitar in at the very least. Oh yeah. I'll let the amp warm up. Gosh dang, now I got to go pee. All right. We don't need that kind of level of shit going on there. Hold up. Where are we at here? Woo! Them some hot pickups. Again. Them some hot pickups. She out of tune. Sound good. I gotta get me one of these. I want one so bad. It's the one type of guitar I don't freaking have yet. Hold on. Putting that away. I like this tobacco burst or whatever that's going on. She a little hot. I would drop the bridge a little bit. It's pretty much right up on the strings. And I'd bring the neck up just a touch. Playful. Play-wise. Ooh, she's perfect. Right there. That's what I'm talking about. That is right on. I'm happy with that. She's a beautiful guitar. I like this one. So this is an Eastman. It's a handcrafted. It's a T386SB. I don't know what the hell that is. I haven't really heard of Eastman before, but it does not have a scarf joint, however. When I talked about scarf joint, you know, they may have covered it. They may have covered it in the paint job, but it does not look to have a scarf joint, which is a little scary, but it does look like it could be a maple neck. And with a maple neck, that's a little less scary. I like the binding on that. It's got a nifty type of binding. So maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. See those lines in there? It's like a multi-layer kind of like binding. If you would focus, you fuck. There, you can kind of see it there a little bit. I don't know. I like that. That's really pretty. I want to get me one of these so bad. I just have not found one. I have not found my hollow body yet. And I need to... Am I scrolled down? Yes. That is a sick-ass guitar. It is a beautiful guitar. I do like this one. I'm not going to change strings on it tonight, though. 2 reasons. One, I'm just buzzed enough that fucking around with guitars is probably not ideal. Number 2, I need content for later. So I do like the ebony fretboard. It looks like it's an actual ebony fretboard. I'm nitpicking, so just bear with me here. It has not been beat up. That's good. It's got a nice clean back. This is in good shape. I like this. I like the neck. The neck is nice and flat. It's an easy play. It's a beautiful guitar. Acoustically, it sounds great. That's important. It looks, let me look on here. It is a book matched top. Maybe? Yeah, it's a book matched top, so that's cool. But they did a really good job on the seam. Like, you cannot really see that seam at all. But it is, I think it is there. I'm trying to, yeah. I can see the seam, just barely. They did a really good job on that. And on the back, it might be a single piece on the back. I'm trying to see if I can find any seams. I don't see any. Maybe? No, I think this is a single piece back. If that's the case, it may possibly be a single piece front too. Those are hard to find, by the way. An Alvin Lee, huh? Maybe that's if it's a single piece on the front and the back, that would make it freaking worth its weight in gold. That's really hard to find. I cannot find an obvious seam. There's a seam that's right here that looks somewhat like it could be. It has kind of that thing to it, but it follows like in a curve. But then you can't see anything up in here. And I don't think they hit it with the paint job. So that being the case, this thing might actually be single piece front and back. Now, the only thing I see that's kind of a bummer, and it's part of just the nature of the beast, is up in here. So see how the glossy finishes like it is? But there in the neck section there, it's not so glossy. I think it's just one of those spots they can't get to clean it, and or it has just never been buffed since it was made, so it's just that dirty. We might experiment on that once we get the strings off to see. With a fresh set of strings on this thing's gonna be amazing. All the knobs are in the right spot. Ooh, it's got a nice solid midsection in it. Oh, okay. It's more like a semi-hollow. So the way they did this one, it's solid all the way through. There's a bar chunk all the way through the middle here. It's only hollow on the outer edges. So it's not like some where they only have like the block right here or in this area or the block right there. That's a full-on hollow body. This is more like a semi-hollow, I would call it, because the block goes all the way through the middle of the guitar. But still, very, very open sounding. Plays nice. I won't have to do much to this one. This one just needs a cleaning and basically new set of strings, and I think we're gonna be golden. So yeah, beautiful. I love it. I might have to try to buy it off of Andy before he gets it. Save on the shipping. Well, we'll see how I feel after I get it. Let's see here. What do we got in here? Ooh, we even got some of the socks. We got a set of things. It's got some NYXLs on it. Very nice. Very nice. Love it. I love it a lot. This is a beautiful guitar. I'm trying not to beat everything up over here. I'm not too familiar with Eastman. So I don't know what their history and kind of their whole deal is. I know that Samick used to at one point make like pretty much half the world's guitars. Samick is no longer the level at what they were. I'm gonna turn things off, sorry. But there we have it. Very beautiful guitar. So what do we, make me an offer? Make you an offer? I have an offer for you. I have an offer for you. All Andy's got to do is send it to me. I'm teasing. We can talk on private chat more about that. I'm serious though. I do feel bad about, not bad in like I fucked up kind of way. I feel bad that you, when I say you, I'm talking to John right now, but that you put as much work and effort in as you did. And, you know, in the effort to try to make it as fair to everybody and as, you know, whatever you want to call it. So just make it so that everybody can feel comfy and warm about everything. You still didn't win. Even with 4 extra points or 3 extra points or whatever it was over the next guy. You put a lot of work in. I appreciate that. And trust you me, it does not go unappreciated. The decision to allow this amp to go across to Sweden was, there's a reason that this video is 2 or 3 weeks out, or 2.5 weeks out. Like it's not just been like, oh, that's what it is, cool, whatever, let's just work all this stuff out, we're going. Yeah, no, I spent like 2 or 3 days, you know, just mulling over it, talking to the wife, talking to, you know, my close friend Brian, who afforded a lot of this stuff that's making this content even allowable. And it's, you know, it was one of those things, and I don't know if Pothos is going to watch this or not, but it was like one of those things where I could be a total dick and be like, you know what, no, you're from out of the country, you're done. And I'm sitting there looking at like Riley, who may be watching this and going, you know, we basically excluded him. He kind of excluded himself willingly, and he distributed his points, you know, outward to other people, Andy being one of those people. It was a really tough decision to sit there and go, well, how much of a dick do I get to be? Because no matter which way I turn, I'm a fucking dick. Like, there's just no winning. Like, it was an unwinnable situation for me. So I was like, you know what is it going to cost to get it to Sweden? And it was like, okay, it's another $500 or $600 if I ship it, you know, or maybe more, maybe $700 if I ship it there. But then I was like, you know, if I send it and it never shows up or gets held up in customs, I lose, he loses, everybody freaking loses. Nobody's happy. I'm not happy. Nobody freaking wins. Nobody's happy. And I was like, this is bullshit. What does it cost to fly to freaking Sweden? And I look at the cost of the tickets and it's like 400 and something bucks. And I'm like, for that price, I can just freaking fly there. There's no reason to freaking fight this anymore. Look, this is what we're going to do. Pothos wins, period. He won, straight up, fair and square. He won. He did his work. He was up there in points. He did what he needed to do, and he won. He has the tools necessarily to make the amp work. Cool. That's it. That's all that's required, right? So I've already talked to Riley. Riley's cool with everything. Andy, you know, he's a little bummed, obviously, but everybody's bummed. Everybody's bummed. I'm not bummed. I am so super stoked. I get to go to freaking Sweden. I've never been there. I've never been too many other countries outside of, you know, your usual spots, right? I've been to the Bahamas a couple times, never going back there again, right? So it was one of those things where it's like, I get to do something really freaking cool. I get to make somebody's day. I get to go see a different country, and guess what? I'll get to turn out some content on it, right? So I'll get to show my trip over there. I'll get to show his actual reaction in real time and all this fun stuff. I can do another one of these giveaways. There's always going to be another giveaway. I'm not going to do it right away. And the next time around, it will definitely be something that nobody can freaking argue with because the rules will be settled up front. Now, getting back to you, John. Yes, I do feel bad. And my initial offer to you, which you didn't throw out anything like what you did to Andy, but I said, I will meet you halfway on an amp. And by halfway on an amp, I meant that basically what it costs to make it we'll eat the difference with each other. That's about all it was. It's just the gut lurch, here's something to offer up. That was what it was. You didn't say, hey, I got a couple amps that I can send your way, and if you want, you know what I mean? You didn't throw that at me, so I didn't think nothing of it. But then when Andy was like, oh yeah, he's sending me both these amps, and I saw your little videos about that, I was like, motherfucker, like I basically gave him the same damn offer. That's essentially half of it right there. Because the transformers and, some of the tubes perhaps are in there, whatever. Like those things are there enough at least. I'm not having to buy the chassis. I'm not having to drill the chassis. Like a lot of the time is already freed up. Perhaps the cabinet itself is fine. I don't know if it has the cabinet or not, but even if it doesn't, but, making the faceplates, that's not the end of the world. That's easy enough to do, right? So I hit up Andy. I was like, hey, Andy, like, are you full on board about building both of these amps? And he's kind of like, well, yeah, I'm down. I said I would do it. I was like, well, I can help take some of the load off if you want. And I asked Andy if he wanted. I said, I will take the other amp and do it if that's okay with you. And he's like, sure, yeah, why not? So here we are now discussing it as a group because all three of us. Well, who are you referring to? Did not throw out offer. I hit you up about taking the amp off your hands. So as a way to kind of meet in the middle on this whole fiasco. Yes. No, that much I knew. Okay. Well, that answers that then. So, Andy, you do not need to send me those amps then. But that means it costs. Well, I'll let you two kind of go back and forth for a minute. So I know that you were looking to get, just basically rebuilt or whatnot. I know that the other amp you wanted to have more like a basement style. So I'm on the banishment side of things. So Andy, you are now building 2 amplifiers. There is that. So I now have 1 less amp to build, an amp to take to Sweden, and 2 other amps that I will get finished here soon enough. So the KT88 build, that's the one I'm going to do all live. So that one will be, I'm working on that. I've got the microphones now to do that. I have 2 cameras at the moment. By the time I get started on that build, I'll have 3. I'm probably going to do a 360 cam on that one. And then, of course, the microphones that I have, I'll have 2 microphones so I can work shit out however I need to work that out. That'll get worked out. The other amp that I'm going to build is a 6v6 amp. It will be a fixed bias 6v6, and it will be more based on preamp section distortion, as I've talked about. Basically, all my amps from now on out are going to be more preamp based. So I will have a 18 to 20 watt design that just, does kind of that thing, but it does it. It just kind of does it, what's the word for it? It does it in the preamp. It's not as, the output section is less of importance, if you will. No, I'll let you guys hash that out. You guys can hash that out on your own. Andy, what I can tell you right now is John does not want me to touch his other amp. So that's all there is to it. So maybe something else will get worked out later on in the future. But I might make him an offer for well, I'll talk with you first and see. Because it sounds like both the guitars are heading your direction, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't gotten actual confirmation from John on that yet, but I was waiting for him to confirm that with me. That's not a problem. I have no issue there either way. But so I'll be sending those your way. And then we need to work out well, I need to work out with you if you're willing to forego the Eastman if I decide to buy it, and work out some sort of a deal then with John on that. So I don't know how that's going to work, but that's probably something to hash out more on the private chats, more so than in the open world. But just so you know, we got a 3-way deal. The rest of you who are not in tune with what's going on, it's kind of talking about it. John, obviously, he didn't win the amp. I felt bad. We talked about that. I gave him kind of an offer. It's probably not one that he was looking for, because I was thinking more on, my own amp design, not so much something that he already had and just kind of rebuild it sort of thing. He offered for Andy to build 2 amps. My understanding is that the 2 guitars that John owns, that the ones that I'm working on, the ones that you've seen tonight, are going in Andy's direction. Again, I have not heard confirmation on that, but my understanding is that. And that is that. That is where the deal kind of ends. Now, the conversation between Andy and I, just to clarify things, was that Andy was working through the Princeton, and I said, I kind of feel bad. No. I could build the other amp if you're okay with sending it my direction, and then I just build that other amp. Andy, of course, was cool with that, but John is not. So there we go. Well, that's why I say this is probably something we can settle on the back end, because I know you can't sell the gift, but the other way around is I need to work out how that's all going to work out. So let's we'll manage that on the back end. I am interested. That's all I'm saying. I haven't made a complete decision on that yet. So we'll see what John says, and we'll see where things need to go for you too, because it's got to be fair for you. It's got to be equitable all the way around. So I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes. I was hoping it would be a gesture that John would jump on to build the other amp, but he does not seem to be happy with that idea. So there's that, which makes the other exchanges a little more different, because you were supposed to get both of those amps, I assume. So I don't know what he wants to do. I don't know how that wants to work out. So we can we'll back in that side of things. Beyond that, we are about done. But what I did want to show everybody, Team Y, well, at least he's in the chat. I'll give him that. Something I did want to show everybody was this amp. Oh my God, I keep forgetting how big this motherfucker is. This thing is a freaking beast. Look at that thing. That's the power transformer for the KT88 amp. This is the output transformer. That's a 50 watt output transformer. This is only a 300-0300. Ooh, goodness gracious, excuse me. So this guy is beastly. This thing is a big girl. She a big gal. She chunky. She thick. I like them thick. I like them chunky. I like them thick. I like them chunky. So, and then, this guy here. So it's just crazy to think the difference in size. It's almost twice the size. It's freaking nuts. So this guy here will produce a solid 50 watts for me. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. Not even a question mark. This is the chassis that I have. The chassis hath arrived. Since the last time I spoke to you all, it has showed up. This guy, it's gonna go like right frickin' there. And like literally right frickin' there. You can't see, but there's about a half an inch almost of clearance on the side over here. Just about a finger's width, right? And then this guy will go there, which will leave me room right in here to put my 2 power tubes. And then I'll put the other tubes somewhere up in here. I'm probably going to put them up in the front this time. I don't usually do that, but we're going to see. That's small. Don't talk about it like that. You guys, I have to use the restroom, so you're gonna come with me. You might be able to hear me. You might not be able to hear me. I might just turn off the microphone. Hold on. Is this even allowable on YouTube? Are you allowed to go to the bathroom with somebody? I don't know. Hold on. Hold on. Do 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 do. Oh, hi. I'm back. That wasn't so bad. Sorry, I didn't actually take you with me. So this is the 372KX. I guess you can't really see it too much in the thing there. 372KX. It's a 300, but at 575 milliamps. So it's a pretty big, it's pretty beefy in terms of its milliamp rating. But in terms of its actual output, it's still only a 600 volt center tap output. So it's not a high voltage unit. It's just freaking beefy. Like, I mean, it's 11 pounds, I think it weighs. Something like that. It's a pretty beefy unit. And then this is a 50 watt, a straight up 50 watt unit that, you know, it's a 3.8K. So it's up there for most 50 watt amps, but yeah. So again, pretty small. And this will actually end up more like there, but whatever. Like all freaking transformer. And then this will have 2 power tubes right in there. And then I'll have to figure out where I'm going to put the preamp tubes. I'm thinking along the front end there. So it's not that interesting, John. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not upset. I'm teasing you, of course. I'm giving you the same shit you gave me. Yeah. Yeah. So there's nothing to it other than just I was hoping that it would be something that I could do to appease things. I was trying to make it like, I saw it as an opportunity, if you will, to appease the other situation between the giveaway side of things. I was hoping that's what it would turn into for you. And of course that is your prerogative. So there's no pressure. That was just the hope. That was, I'm not asking for anything. So, no more, no less, just as Andy's saying. So, I cannot force you to do anything you don't want to do. It's your stuff, so it is yours. And it's not in my possession yet anyway, so I can hold your shit ransom for the next 3 years. I'm teasing. I wouldn't do that. But I don't know. I'll talk with Andy and see if he wants both of them. Because he might not want one of them. I don't know. So I got to talk with you guys on the side channel, and we'll figure that out. I like the Eastman a lot. So as my initial impressions with it is that I really like it. So If it's something that I'm willing to, that I can't not part with, we'll talk amongst the three of us and work that out, because obviously it's got to be equitable for Andy. I know he wasn't expecting anything, and that your gesture is what it is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's what it has to be. So we can figure that out elsewise. As for the rest of the world, you can see this is where we're trying to go. I don't know how this one's going to work out. I keep trying to find, there's not a smaller transformer for this build, by the way. For KT88s, even to get the voltage that they probably want, like Andy level of voltage, which is say like 500 volts on the plates, the transformer is still this size. It's still this size, so it's not getting any smaller. It's a nice guitar. You never played it? Well, so my initial impressions is it plays really well. It plays really well. So let me tell you right off the bat that under the fingers, it feels like any other hollow body that I played, which is it plays kind of like an acoustic with slinky strings and lower action, right? Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I kind of, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's an interesting show. For those that are uninitiated to this channel, it's probably the most boring shit ever, but we do get to talk about some cool stuff, I think. As far as the sound goes, I don't know what pickups those are in it. I don't know if those are the stock ones or those are aftermarkets. I would do some adjustments on the pickups. That's it. That's my initial impression is that it plays great. It has the potential to sound great, new strings, pending new strings, and where the pickups are set. So I will do another video, not tonight, but some other time that dials that in. And from there, I will be able to make a decision, because I wouldn't mind having two hollow body guitars, to be honest. These pickups are a hell of a lot hotter than the ones that were in that Strat. So whatever pickups these things are, they're freaking hot. I can tell you that right now. So either the bridge was really close to the strings, and they were really close to the strings. So the bridge needs to come down for sure. The neck was fine, but it could probably either be closer or low. Yeah, things I got to play with, right? So obviously the intonation on that one's a little bit different, because it isn't, what do they call that? I can't remember bridge style they call it, but you know what I mean? Like there's a smaller adjustment range. But they kind of get it, you know, because the bridge is at an angle to make it work. So first impressions, killer guitar. Don't mind it at all. So I'm excited about this build. That is a fact, Jack. I am looking forward to this. The gentleman that I have that makes my chassis, so this is how they come. I do have him install the ferrules for the mounting points, and I do have him punch this hole, and it's only because, let me tell you, I have looked for that part that can do that job right there. That part alone is $600. $600 freaking dollars for a freaking punch. I'm just like, motherfucker. I don't even have the tools to run the punch. So it's like, it's $600 just for the punch, let alone all the other crap that goes with it. So I'm just like, to pay this guy $10 to do it, sold. And then same with these guys. I have the thing to do the ferrules for the, let's see, I can show you here. Hold on. So these guys here, this is the one I actually did myself. So these guys here, I did. So he has the tools that do it, and they're a little bit lower profile than mine. They fit really nice in the chassis, whereas mine are a little bit higher up. I'm sure I can get lower profile ferrules or whatever the hell you want to call them. But, you know, like, he does a good job, and it costs $10. It takes more than $10 of my time to do this job right here. So I am all for paying someone else $20 to do two jobs that I would pay myself $100 to do. So when it comes to making the chassis, like, this is $100 right here. I will gladly spend this $100 to have someone else do it, because I cannot get it to this point for $100 in time. Period. I cannot do it. Now, drilling all the other holes, that's another story. And that's why I bought two of these guys right here, to try to make my life a little bit easier. In times past, I have used, let's see here, these motherfuckers. Ferk these things, dude. Ferk these things. I am done with these motherfuckers. I am about sick and tired of Unibits. They're great for smaller holes. Those are not low output PAFs. That's bullshit. So that bridge is really, really close to the strings. So the bridge is probably just too close to the strings. The neck was about right, but it was further away, obviously, too. So I will figure that out. We'll work that out. Don't worry. I will never... A guitar, when it leaves my shop, is going to be better than it ever did come in. I'll tell you that right now. Like anything else that comes into my shop, it always comes out better than when it came in. So I am done with these Unibits, though. It's just a pain in the ass. It's scary as all get-go, because once you start getting to these larger hole sizes, the thing wants to wallow and it moves and like... So these guys here are... Let's see if I can get one out without too much incident. They got a freaking staple in them, so it's kind of a batch. There we go. Yeah, it actually worked really well. So these guys here are like carbide tipped. Really nice and sharp. Ow, really sharp. Oh yeah, and they're the easy arc. Easy arc. So with this, I can drill a template into a chunk of wood. And I can drill a pilot hole that this pilot hole here will go into, and it actually comes with a pilot drill in it. You can see it's stepped. Fucking focus, you back. So you can see it's stepped there. So it's like it can drill its own center, and when it goes down, I can use the piece of wood to make sure that it doesn't wallow or move. They're low speed. The drill press that I have is low enough speed to run these, and my hope is that it'll drill a nice clean hole through this thing here with much less hassle and much less fear than this here. I will get a couple pieces of test material to try on before I go taking this and running it through this guy. But right now, that is the plan with these, is to make sure that I'm going to be super duper freaking happy, because that's all I want to be. No, I have a CNC machine. I do, actually. It's just not rated for... I can do the thinner aluminum. Let's put it that way. Like, when I say thinner aluminum, I mean like 0.02 to 0.04. Like, it'll machine that. It's just not rigid enough in its Z-axis. And so when I say Z-axis, it's vertical. But it's when it goes down, because of the offset of things, it starts to twack over. Like, it doesn't have enough rigidity in that regard to start plunging through 0.08 thick material. Like, this is at least 2 or 3 millimeters thick. Like, it's pretty thick. Like, I don't use thin aluminum. It's the real deal. With the other shit that I was using, some of my other amps, it was like the 0.04 stuff. Yeah, I could punches through and it spins around. I actually have a video of it working. But it's just, I have to create a CNC file for each of these chassis. It's a pain in the butt, because I don't actually know where half the stuff is going to go on the initial build. And when I say the initial build, I mean the prototype. This is a prototype. I do not know how this is going to sound or work out. Most all of my amps are actually prototypes. My 30 watt amp that I showed a little bit ago, prototype. Like, all I knew is that I was just going to punch 4 holes. 3/4 inch holes are not that big of a deal with these Unibits. It's, you know, a little bit easier with these guys here to do a 3/4 inch hole than it is trying to get an inch and 1/16 hole with one of these guys. I even tried, I shit you not, let's see if I can find it right now. Is it in here or up here? I can't remember. I put it, it was long enough ago that I didn't want to think about it anymore. I bought me yep, there it is. Bought me one of these guys. Big old fat mofo. This is the 3/4 inch right here. I tried using this, and is this, what is it? 15/16. 15/16. This will work for the 3/4 inch holes, right? This even walled out too much for me. It wasn't tight enough. So even using something like that to try to do it was just like, eh. It was scary. It just didn't work the way I wanted it to. So I'm always trying to find a way to make things better, quicker, faster, all that fun stuff. This is 0.08. So it's pretty thick. It's like 2 millimeters, at least 2 millimeters, might be 3. I don't know. It's slightly more than a 16th of an inch, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I don't do the fucking math. It's at least a thick 16th of an inch. But it's not, it's in metric because it's aluminum, and aluminum's made in freaking, well, China and other stuff. So, or 0.8, is that maybe what it is? I don't know. I don't know what they freaking do the gauges. Oh yeah, that's a full pull. Woo-hoo-hoo! That's a full pull, ladies and gentlemen. We are good to go. It's 9:21 already too. I've been doing this for almost 4 hours. Jesus Christ. Good thing I love you guys so much. Let me put this transformer away here. We don't want it getting all banged up and stuff needlessly. There's that. I think this goes like so. Yeah, it's got to go like that. Maybe like that. Haha! There it is. Sorry. All right, so yeah, lots going on. I don't know how much amp building I'm actually going to get done in the next month. The next month is going to be planned more on getting t-shirts out to those that need to get t-shirts. So Riley has a t-shirt going to him. John has a t-shirt going to him, since I'm not shipping anything his way anymore. I've got shirts going to Andy, which will go with the guitars that are heading his way. It seems ultimately anyway. And then I've got another shirt that needs to go out to, I believe it's Dan Bronson. And I need to get Maria to reach out to me. Don't be a sellout. Never. I never sell out. I'm always doing me. I do me. Whether it seems like it or not, I do me. There are some things I steal. That's all I can say. I steal what's good, what's worth stealing. But yeah, so we'll get that going. I got to get a shirt to Maria. She was the one who was the first one out, so I'd never sell YDNA. Well, no. I'm trying to get to a point where I have like a product line, like, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do bespoke one-offs. Like, I don't want to do one-offs. I want to have something where it's like, this is what somebody wants and that's what they get, right? Yuki and I will figure that out on the hood of a Rolls Royce. He was saying he's got a Phantom, and I know what a Phantom is. It's a fucking killer car. So, we will talk about that though. So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to have like a product line. So if you want like the 18 watt, you know what the 18 watt is, that's what you're going to order, right? The Red Rocket, you know, because it's just come up, right? You know what the Red Rocket is. It's basically a modified JMP50 mixed with a AC50 mixed with my own thing. Like, it's not any of those other two. It is far enough removed. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not going to, never selling the company. Definitely not going to do that. Well, I couldn't sell the company anyway, because how do you explain it? So when I was doing sound, right? When I was selling sound, that's what I'm going to call it, selling sound. Where am I at here? Did I miss something? It's time for a new raffle. Yeah, well, I'm going to get that other amp out to you. I was talking about the Cerberus earlier and kind of just going over it. That one's going to be next. I will do another giveaway. It's not going to be done like this one. Yeah, right? But don't we sell out? Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm caught up. We're pretty close. But that was kind of my thing, is I don't want to do one-off amps. I know Andy is like the king of the one-offs. I don't want to do one-offs. And some of these other guys, like, oh, that's where I was going, was like the name. So when I was doing sound, nobody was calling me for Endeavor Music Productions. So that was the name of my company, is Endeavor Music Productions. Nobody was calling me for Endeavor Music Productions. They were calling me for me. Like, I was the name that made Endeavor Music Productions what it was. So when they were looking for somebody to do sound, it wasn't EMP, it was Luke. Where's Luke? I just had to have a name for the company. That's what the bank account is settled in. That's what, all of my literature settled in. That's what my fonts, all my, letterhead and all that stuff was settled in. So I had to have that. So when somebody called me, they were looking for me, but the invoice said EMP on it. All right. Well, same for legacy amps. And that's the only reason I kind of went the way I did with things the way I did. That is my signature right there. It's not my signature, but that's me and my L. I wrote that freaking L. It's the closest I could get to putting my name, my signature on something that I felt comfortable with presenting to the world, right? I didn't want to have Luke amplification. It was just, that's maybe what ultimately people are going to go, yeah, Luke. Fuck that guy. That guy is nothing. This guy. Legacy is where it's at, I think. It's just, to me, I didn't want to have my name on the freaking side. Everybody's got their freaking name on the side of a black freaking box. Marshall, Bogner, Friedman, all of them. They've got their freaking name on the side of a black box. I am not a black box. I am not a black box. And I don't have my name on the side of a black box. I don't want to be the guy with his name on the side of a black box. So that was the closest I could get to having something that is a symbol of me that I'm happy with putting on the side of a black box and not actually be me. My hope is that L stands for legacy. And in the future, somebody's going to see that and they're going to instantly associate that with legacy amplification. That is the hope. And it's been talked about recently before with like Apple, and like the 1 in a million chance that you get to have the symbol, the emblem, the icon that you use be an instant recognition to what it is, right? That's my attempt at it. That's all I can say, right? Is that is my attempt at making it super duper clear what the hell you're looking at. Now, everybody's going to look at it and go, it's just L. It doesn't mean anything. Well, if somebody looked at an Apple logo, all they know is, oh, this is fucking Apple. If, you know what I mean? Like, nobody else would know what the hell it does, what it is, unless they actually own an Apple product. Like, you still have to look it up. My hope is that when they see that fucking L, they're going to go legacy. Period. Like, you can't even, like, there's no questions, right? And we're like Andy with his YDNA, ANDY, right? So you have to come up with something, and the names that I wanted to go with, putting my name on the side of the box was not important. Nobody needs to see Luke written on a black fucking box. Period. Nobody needs to see Luke written on the side of a black box. That they can, though. So there you have it. Just remember, associate that with legacy and you're golden. You'll know. If you ever see that emblem, you're going to be like, that looks like legacy amplification. And you're going to know exactly what the hell I'm all about, because it's all right freaking here. There's no hiding it. There's no pulling punches. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm not trying to cheat you. There's no bullshit. Zero fucking bullshit. Period. You either like it or you hate it. Period. Like, if you don't want the amp, that's cool. Like, if you don't want a legacy amp, that's fine. Shame on you, because you're missing out, but you won't know unless you know. Which is why, again, kind of going back to my whole series and building, amps that, you kind of know. and different series and stuff like that. It's just like, you know, you can point at the 18 watt and go, I know I want the 18 watt. You can point at my KT60 or KT88 design and go, I want that design. Or you can look at my, you know, my 30 watter, you know, the 4EL84 amp and go, I want that one. You know what I mean? It's just, that's the objective that I'm going for, is that I have a limited number. I'm not trying to have 20 different amplifiers. We're not going to do 20 different amplifiers, but there's going to be a solid 10 or 15 or whatever, right? And between those two series of amplifiers, you're going to be able to get everything from clean all the way up to the mean. That's it. And with a simple logo. And just knowing that you're not getting bull crap. And when I mean not getting bull crap, I'm unplugging stuff right now, so bear with me. I mean, you're getting this. Like, you're getting just absolute gold. Handmade parts. This thing was freaking handmade. The whole entirety of this box. The box was handmade. Hand routed. Hand hammered leather. I created the thing. Yeah, I use a freaking laser burner, but you know, this was designed by me. Everything. I cut this bar of aluminum to fit around this thing by hand. I chamfered and flush fit all of these screws in there by hand. And there's a lot of freaking screws in there. This is a handmade chunk of leather, right? It's meant to do the thing. No bullshit at all. The back side of this amp, hand cut piece of wood. Again, you get my logo right here. What do you know? Imagine that. How cool is that, right? Like, and then these things, these pieces right here were hand fit, all the holes drilled, screwed in, permanent. This never needs to come out again, right? They never need to come out again. And then, of course, we don't have pictures of the inside, but you get it. You're right. You understand. Like, 100% handmade. Like, there is no punches pulled. There are flaws. There are mistakes. There are things in this amp that are not, and none of you watching right now, so who the fuck cares? But whatever, you know. The wood inside. There's wood inside of this amp, by the way, and a mirror in the background. Hi, Toodles. See the mirror? Hi. Right? Like, that's what I want you to be able to purchase. And I can never sell it at a price that's going to be affordable for anybody. So I'm not even going to bother trying, but you know, it is what it is. So we're trying to get to that point where when a product gets sold with my logo on it, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about what the hell it is that you're getting. No question at all, period. It is absolutely 100% quality. That's the whole idea behind it. And in that, I'm trying to find ways to get that range, you know, something that's clean, something that has EL84s and does that AC30 thing and a little bit more. You name it, like everything in between. So no, I'm not a copycat, because nothing I am doing is honestly like a straight up copy of any other one single thing. It's usually, I got this idea, let's take this amp and this amp and this amp, and then I'm going to take my idea for whatever and put it in there, and then I'll see how it all works. It gets built that way, and then I modify everything around to fit to make it something that it is. And soon enough, we're going to have videos that actually exploit what that is that I'm talking about. You kind of heard the Peacemaker there a bit tonight and in other videos. That's the only amp I've really kind of fully like exposed, I guess, if you will. The 18 watt I've kind of done a little bit of, and you know, maybe a little bit on the SLS. Thank you, Andy, for coming in and hanging out with me tonight. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out with me tonight. So it doesn't look like any of you hanging around anymore. I know it's kind of getting late. We're getting on the 4-hour mark, so it's getting late. But yeah, we're trying so hard. We're trying so hard at all the different angles, and there's just no freaking way to make everybody happy. So no, dude, I know, and you are too. I know everybody loves to give you shit, and it's a shame that you get the freaking crap that you get on your channel. The freaking trolls are unreal. So the one thing that I appreciate about this, what I've got going on, at least anyway, is that the trolls, they don't exist. So we can have like A/B conversations, and having A/B conversations, I think, is amazing. So you, myself, and John will talk some more. I don't know if he's still here. Yuki, dude, it was such a pleasure meeting you the other night. We will hang out again, I guarantee you. I will be calling you here soon. I want to go check out some more places and hang out some more. You're a cool cat. I definitely enjoyed the other night, so thank you so much. It was a pretty cool venue. It wasn't bad. Not the best. The service was a little weird, but, it is what it is. And then just all the other fun stuff. Andy, you kind of missed it. I was talking about the Cerberus and going over all the different things I've done. I think you're going to be happy with it. I wish it could be a little bit quieter. There's still just a little bit of buzz. It's like if there was a 10 was where it was at when you got it, it's at a 1 now. So maybe moving tubes around and whatever might fix it. Maybe it'll fix itself once I get it fully encapsulated in an actual chassis with the proper shielding on the bottom. Who knows? I think it might get a little bit better at least, but right now it's at least acceptable. So yeah, dude, Yuki, you and I are going to hang out some more for sure. Rare instance over here. And thank you for just thank you. So, we got a lot to do. I've got so much to do in such a short period of time. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to start closing things off here, but here's what's going to happen in the upcoming weeks. Yuki, that's his name. So I need to create a case or find some sort of case that I can carry the Peacemaker on the airplane with me with. So I either need to find a carry-on case that it will fit within, or I need to create a nice soft padded case and yada, yada, yada. That's part and parcel to what needs to happen. Second, I need to start mailing out t-shirts. So I'm going to try to get in corner, Maria. Maria Brown has a shirt going her way. Dan Bronson has a shirt going his way. Riley has a shirt going his way. And then there was one other gentleman, Short Circuit, I believe, also has a shirt going his way. I need to start sending those out. I have the shirts. I just need to actually send them out. I haven't really spent that kind of time yet. I have tickets booked to go to Sweden. They are booked. So me and my friend Brian are going there. I have hotels already booked as well in Sweden, so that's done. So it's just kind of tidying up things to get there, right? I need to get a 360 cam or some other portable camera that I can take with me to do content with. We will have a laptop. We will have the microphones. The microphones are these ones here that I was talking about. This guy right there. These things seem to do pretty good. So DJI, this is only the $99 unit. It's not their 3 version. It's like their mini version, whatever. It actually does pretty cool. It's got a nice little case. You can close everything in on it. It does what it's supposed to do. I kind of like that. So that's doing well for me. At least so far it seems to be. It's gone 4 hours and 13 minutes so far, and it hasn't cut out yet. So I like that. So yeah, it's camera for that. And then besides that, I just need to start coming up with a plan. I got one more camera that I want to get for static in here, and that might be the camera that I use for that trip. So when I go and do the live show for the KT88 build, we can do that. I thought I was going to be building an amp for Mr. Team Y DNA. We'll see how that's going to go. I don't know if I want to GoPro 13. I have not been a fan of GoPro. Every GoPro that I'm a grower, not a shower. Every GoPro that I've had has just always seemed to, it was meant to be for all of us to be here. Yeah, right. No, that's true. We're here for a reason. We'll work it out. Don't you worry. I was kind of really just hoping you'd let me take that and give it to you. Just take it and let me give it to you. That's what we're gonna call it. Take that and let me give it to you. For lack of a better way of putting it, bottoms up. So yeah, just so much going on. And with all that going on, the trip going to Sweden is really going to kind of take away some of my time. So I'm trying not to overexert myself. I did take on a show on, I took on a gig. I know I said I was going to stop taking gigs, but I took on a gig on November the 7th. And the reason I took that gig on is because it's a really cool gig for a really cool purpose. We have a music organization here in town. And that music organization has pretty high-end artists that come in and does stuff. So it's a quartet of classical guitarists, if I'm not mistaken. And I will be doing sound for that event here in town. Yay! Andy, you're always welcome to come and hang out here. Thank you so much for coming, dude. I know that you could go anywhere else on this planet. You're here, and that's the important part. So thank you. Don't ever think for a second that it goes unnoticed. So, it's just thank you for coming. So all of you, thank you for coming. There are so many other channels that you could go to, and you are here. And I know that I don't have the kind of traction and whatchamacallit that Andy has, or many other channels for that matter. But you know what? That's not really the predominant purpose of this channel. It's kind of a learn and go channel. We try to talk tech. And sometimes it goes one way, sometimes it goes the other, but you know, we're here and there's some things to learn. There's always something to learn. The gold is inside the cake. You just have to go digging for it. The king is inside the cake. What is that? Fat Tuesday? When is that? That already passed up, right? But you know what I mean? The king's inside the cake. You want to get that. You want to dig it out. So there are a lot of things coming for this channel here in the near future. Again, obviously the trip to Sweden, just multiple amp builds. We got many amp builds coming up. We are going to start expanding. I have set up a channel on Reverb, or a store on Reverb. The store is set up. I am prepared in order to take payments on Reverb. I do not have anything for sale on Reverb yet, and I may not be for a little while. So soon enough, though, I am going to start placing little things out there. My channel, or I should say my website is, the park page is there. The park page is there. We're working on that part. So that's why I got to create content on these things, and that's why I've got to turn into a wood shop. It's the amplifiers are not the problem right now. I have enough amplifiers. I need to have shells for them, so I need to actually put them in a cabinet or something. So that's the next bit, is that I need to start turning into a wood shop. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. I gotta stop building amps at some point so I can take the ones that I do have, photograph them. Luckily, a couple of them at least are readily available to me. My Purple Hazel is one of them, and then of course a couple others that I've built. I need to get those done. My hope is I'm going to push off the, I can hear it ringing. It's annoying me. The KT88 build is going to get pushed off a little bit. The reason why is I need to fast track the 18 watt build that I have for my friend Hector, who is the guitar tech for, not John Paul Jones, for Paul McCartney, blah, 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 words. I need to get that done. My hope is to have that done before the end of this year. Now, you say, oh, Luke, it's coming up on October, November, December. You've only got a couple months. Realistically, that's as long as it's going to take to build that. So my hope is to have that done before then. So hopefully I can kind of do some builds kind of in tandem. So we'll try to do a bit of that. I might not chronologue that one as much. You've already seen me build at least one, if not two, 18 waters. So I may not go that route. But the KT88, that one's going to be done all live. So you're going to see every painful second of it, whether you want to or not. But it'll be there for you to do. So on that note, thank you all so freaking much for hanging out with me tonight. I think we've done all the damage we can do. This weekend, I will do another live, and I will clean up the... I'll bet you're riding in a Humvee and can't hear. Oh, I had a joke. Oh, John, you almost fucked up. John, you almost fucked up. The jokes with the Humvee and can't hear, and where we could go with that right now. Everyone else is already there with me. Luckily for you, there's only like 5 of us. I'm gonna forego that punch though. I'm gonna pull it. We're gonna take it off the table. No going there, everybody. All right, but just know I'm thinking of it. This weekend, probably Saturday, I'll do a video again. Another one kind of like this one where we spend some time together, chit chat about what's going on. Maybe talk a little bit more about the market itself. There have been a couple things that have gone on. GNL has gone out of business. Fender is changing up some things. There's some turmoil in the pedal market. There's a couple other companies that have folded and gone under. Things like that. So we'll talk more about that while changing the strings, cleaning up, and setting up an Eastman ES35 style guitar. So with that, I just want to thank you all so much. We'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.